All right, everyone. Well, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How was dinner?
It's great.
Dinner was good?
Yep.
Okay, very nice. So I looked outside of my hotel room this morning. I looked out and I was just kind of checking things out, seeing the view, looking down. And I saw this building that had the words on the entrance. The place is called the Chocolate Lounge. Do you know this place? I'd never seen these two words together before. An entire lounge dedicated to chocolate? Is that what this is? And wine. Oh, wow. It gets even better. Okay, I'm going to have to put the Chocolate Lounge on my list of things to do. That sounds like my kind of place. All right, well, we are back here, and I want to just kind of ease us in to the conversation. This morning, I was sitting, and I just kind of was reflecting on our conversation yesterday. Just kind of replaying it in my head. And there's a few things that I think we know. Well, maybe I'll just say I'm pretty clear I know. There's a few things I know that are really clear to me given yesterday's conversation. I wrote them down. So there's a few things that I think we know, or at the very least, I'm pretty sure I know. The first thing I'm clear I know is you individually and collectively have a powerful why. You're all here for very powerful and personal reasons. You're not here singly because of the power or the influence or the roles or whatever it is. You have a very powerful why, individually and collectively, and I'm emphasizing the collective part. That I'm pretty clear, I'm sure about. I also am really clear that you're very talented. As a team, very, very talented and deeply committed. This is a powerful group of people. Powerful group. I'm clear about that. I'm also clear that you have a shared vision. When you think in your head individually what you want this city to become, that links up pretty well. You could wordsmith the words. We looked at the 2036 vision, and you could tweak it and add. It's all good. But even without the words, when you close your eyes individually and you think about what you want your city to become, you share that. That's important. What I'm also clear about is you have 12 months of relative stability in front of you. That's a big deal. And given everything else that I'm saying I know, I think that's a real opportunity. You've got 12 months. Have priority alignment-ish. Priority alignment-ish. Like the priorities are holding, that's important. 2 years ago when I was with you, you had a lot of work to do just to get some alignment on what your policy priorities and how to align those amongst you. Well, they've held. Maggie, you've joined this team in our first conversation. You said to me, hey, look, I've got some things that I think are really important from a policy perspective. But what I'm really interested in is taking the areas that I view are important and first finding where that attaches to where this group is. You remember you said this to me? So you've got a new member joining your group who's very interested in first aligning what's important to her with what you've already laid out. So you have priority alignment-ish. And you'll get a chance to tweak it in any way that you're interested in today. You have some tailwind elements behind you. As you know, some of your colleagues across the country who do what you do in their cities, they're trying to deal with the economic reality. Some of the forces in their community are not tailwinds at all. You have an amazing city to work with tremendous momentum. So you've got some tailwinds, you've got some headwinds for sure, but you have some tailwinds. You have formed what I experienced as a coalition team. Coalition team. And if you're able to shift and stay in a collaborative mindset, you have a real possibility here to get some meaningful things done for this city in the next 12 months. Now remember, this coalition that I'm referring to, it's temporary. It's not forever. This group is together for a finite period of time, but right now it's together. So if you can take the coalition that you formed, and all of you can decide that you're going to stay in a collaborative mindset, then you have a real shot here. And I think what will come along with that is a commitment by each of you not to break the coalition. So while the coalition is together and you have all these sources of alignment, to do your part to hold the coalition together so that you can get more of the things you care about done for your community. That's what I think I'm clear about. Now, one of the things that we did yesterday was I asked you to look at your agreements that have been made. You're living inside of those agreements. So we kind of got them back out and looked at them again. And I want to share with you, right at the beginning, I want to share with you what you talked about. We decided to look at the agreements through the lens of which ones have held strong, which ones have wobbled a bit but are holding, and which ones have completely broken down. Here are the agreements. Take a look at this. They're in a different order than you saw them yesterday. And the reason is because I want you to see a couple buckets of these. What do you think the green ones are? That's right. That's what you said, hey, these are the ones that held strong. They weren't the only ones, but they were the ones that, as we took all of your numbers and your assessments and put them together, these are the ones that was clear consistency, that they held strong the best. What's the red? Okay. Right. So these are the agreements that you believe, you agree, you're living it, they broke down. So we've got some real work to do in the red. And I think as I looked over them this morning, they're all important. They could erode the coalition. So just keep playing with that theme in your head. We have a coalition, we have a lot of alignment, we have talent, we have experience. We could move the needle for this community in a very, very powerful way. The threat is the coalition breaks down. And some of what's in red will break down the coalition. At least slow it down. Everything in the middle. That's what you said. It's wobbly to varying degrees, but it's holding. I want to encourage you to do a couple of things. One, I'd like to encourage you to really celebrate the green and double your effort down. I'd like for you to be willing to work on the red. And when I say be willing to work, I mean you individually first, and then collectively. Teamwork is my work. If I want the red to be more green, it starts with me. There's no I in team, but it does start with me. And then I also want you to not forget the yellow, because the yellow is holding, which means the yellow could tip one way or the other over the course of the next several months. So I want you to keep practicing the yellow, keep being committed to the yellow. So this is what you said. Now, I want to just do a little quick check-in. I shared with you kind of some insights I had from our conversation yesterday. I'm interested in as a way to get us going.
Wait, Nicholas, can you provide that, the last slide, will you have somebody provide that to us, like email it to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In fact, most of what I'm sharing with you, we're going to send it out, but we will do that specifically. So I've shared with you some of my insights. I'm curious to know what are some of yours from day one. So I'd like to just go around the table and just ask you to share what's a bit clearer to you, given our conversation yesterday. What's a bit clearer? New insights. Rather than just seeing the same old thing in the same old way, I could kind of see into it. I have a bit more clarity about this team, the work in front of us, whatever it is for you. And I want to start with Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, first of all, happy day 2 of our retreat. For me, I was thinking about this. The thing that's clearer for me is what's not clear. And a retreat is a really important opportunity for me to hear from others kind of where they're at without, you kind of you're in your lane, you're doing your work, and you're making assumptions about kind of where everyone else is on the team in terms of their understanding, their satisfaction, their, all the places that they are. So I think a lot of what I heard yesterday was, there's still not a lot of clarity for me being the team, around that fuzzy, around that staff versus the role of the council, and what is my lane, and and that matters, because I want to be the most effective council person I can be, and if I don't totally understand this job description, I'm not going to be the best at it. So that was helpful for me to hear.
I appreciate that. There is this might be a good time for me to create this distinction. So there is agreeing. You would expect that for a group of smart, passionate, committed leaders, that there are going to be certain topics, including who does what, that we don't agree on. You would expect that. Rarely will you all walk into a room and just agree on everything. So you should expect and anticipate there's going to be some disagreement. So there's agreeing, and then there's agreement. And oftentimes what takes you out of the fuzzy is not that we agree. It's that we can form an agreement around how we're going to operate. So you may have different perspectives even on what the role of the council versus staff is. But if you can work toward a binding agreement and then lock it in and operate with integrity around the agreement, now you can make progress. When I say integrity, I don't mean morals, I mean wholeness, reliability. So the work for the fuzzy part is, how can we get to an agreement? Deborah, I think for you, as you all continue to talk about role clarity and forming agreements around that, I would invite you to consider leading that discussion. Just given your years of experience and all the various forms where you've seen it work, this distinction between the role of an elected versus the role of the staff, you've seen it work, and you've seen it work atrociously. So you can certainly provide some guidance on what seems to work the best in service of getting more done. Reaction?
I actually want to build on what the mayor said, and because I think you're asking us a reflection on day 1. And in terms of roles and responsibilities, I think the key to this is communication. And I believe that, as the leader of the administrative organization, I think what I have tended to do was to figure things out, have staff figure things out, and then communicate to council versus communicating to council, we're not sure yet. We're not quite there yet. I just want you to know we're working on it. And the need to do that to all council, not just to individuals or with the mayor, but to full council. So what I have to have council, though, be comfortable with is we don't know. We're not ready, and not be judged because we are in this fuzzy space, because we may not have enough information to give that full story. So I think there's just this need for us to have this authentic trust and communication with one another in terms of, and being comfortable with that we don't know. In terms of these actual lanes, I think the mayor said it yesterday, council manager forms of government, there's just a lot of fuzziness. But we both have to be comfortable, both electeds and staff, of saying, and I mean, I have to have not only be comfortable, but the courage to say, I think you've gone too far. Let me, or let the organization work through this, and then we'll get back with you.
Well, very good. So capture a couple of things. Being a good teammate will require some of that, particularly when it comes to this. Right? This is, so being willing to say the direct reality of it. Yesterday I used the language progressive dialogue. And the way I depicted progressive dialogue is a willingness to operate with courage and be in the dialogue in a way that progresses the team forward. And I asked you to be willing, as part of keeping the team healthy and functional, I asked you to be willing to be more committed to progressive dialogue that takes the team forward than your own comfort. Because at times, I'll just speak from perhaps the staff's perspective, they don't want to let you down.
The community down.
They don't want to let the community down. They don't want to do that. But in some cases, particularly in a world of limited resources, they're going to have to be willing to communicate and say, we're not sure yet. We don't have an answer yet. That is communication. Saying we can't do that, we don't have the capacity to do it, or we don't know the answer yet, that is direct. Now remember, I think I shared this with you 2 years ago. You remember this formula? NC equals MSU. Did I talk to you about this 2 years ago? NC equals MSU. It's a very sophisticated formula. I think it was, some Harvard, some Ivy League university came up with it. NC equals MSU. You know what that means? You don't know what that means? Anybody want to guess? It doesn't mean North Carolina, by the way.
No communication.
Equals people
Misunderstand.
make stuff up. And if you want to swap out the stuff for some other word, be my guest. I won't do that. No communication, people are going to make stuff up.
That's right.
So if you don't communicate that we don't have capacity, some will make up you have capacity. If you don't communicate, we don't know the answer to that yet, some will make up what?
An answer.
You know the answer. Or if you don't communicate the answer, they'll make up their own answer. So whether it is comfortable or not, it is critical as a team that we be communicative. And if we don't know the answer, or we think you're venturing into a different lane or different responsibility, we say it and then we have a conversation about it.
Or that we don't care. And I think that's what hurts.
Yeah. This reminds me of our discussion a little bit around owning it too. Ownership of where we're at.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. And I want to just highlight that one. They could make up that you don't care.
And
Where
that happens,
the
I think.
opposite is
All
the
the time.
truth.
Yeah.
Okay. Shanika, how about for you? What's a bit clear to you after our conversation yesterday?
Well, a lot of things. Of course, after a retreat, when you share out, you have that vulnerability, anxiety the next day, like, did I share too much? You kind of have to live with that. Because I do believe that some of us bring our full selves to a conversation, into a moment. And I'm just wondering if everybody brought their full selves to the conversation so that we can move into the place of weism and taking full ownership. So it's very clear to me that we need to learn how to own a moment, own crisis, and learn how to build that team of one. Because there's still a disconnect. We were talking about the fuzzy, like, how do we speak as council or speak as staff with the consideration of the other team members? And I'm not sure that that has been a practice, so it'll take some time to move into that space fully.
Very good, thank you. So you mentioned putting yourself out there, bring your full self in service of what? Why'd you do that? Why were you willing to say, okay, let me just kind of tell you, here's how I see it, here's where I'm coming from, here's why I serve. Why did you do that? Why were you willing to do that?
That's what level setting is about. Bring your full self, working through issues that are maybe clear or might not be spoken, so we can work through it to serve the public better.
Very good. So that's progressive dialogue. That's even progressive courage. Sometimes when you put yourself out there, you have to be willing to be courageous. Now remember, courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is not the absence of uncertainty. Courage is taking action with it. That's courage. That's what it is. Oftentimes, fear and uncertainty of how this is going to go are preconditions to one exhibiting courage. But to take courage in service of helping this team progress forward, I want to highlight that. Key insight from yesterday, what's clear to you, Sage?
You know, I'm still processing, I think, but some of what I took away was I was a little surprised at when we did the wobble, held strong, broke down exercise. I was surprised at how many of my colleagues felt wobbled and broke down. I had a lot of held strong. So I've just been kind of thinking about what that might mean. And maybe it speaks to the communication, or I feel like I found myself reflecting on there's this, a sect of the community, a little bit of a group of folks that is constantly thinking that we should not be talking to each other unless we're like on camera and recording minutes, even in small groups, which is well within our legal right, but we're sensitive to it. We just moved to our agenda briefings instead of having our check-ins. But I feel like what I'm getting at here is that there is a team building component to this that is crucial, because no one council member can move an initiative forward. No two really can. You really need a majority of the group to understand and support it and want it to happen. And the team build, like, there's going to be things that my teammates, colleagues, whatever you want to call them, are pushing forward that I may not have ever thought to push forward, but I value that they're here as a representative of a large sect of people that voted them in. So I want to understand. And maybe that's just how I'm coming at it and why I'm so surprised that there's a broke down or a...
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, but I would like to better understand what, why that is and how we get to a more held strong place.
Very good. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is delicate for you, and this is part of the operating environment in which you live and lead, is you want to be very transparent with your community. That is essential. And by the way, I salute that sentiment that all of you have. It's a really big deal. It's a representative government. You are them. Who said it yesterday? We are the community. Somebody said, I can't remember who. But you're residents of this community. And you represent people who have asked you to come and lead on your behalf. So you want to be transparent with them. You want them to provide input as a member of the team. And you also need the ability to develop relationships like any other group of people, whether it be family, corporations, or in this case, community leaders. And sometimes to just sit down, as you did last night, have dinner, be able to do that and just roll around in your relationships in life together, to be able to go off and do that is also pretty important. And we're not talking about backroom deals. We're just talking about human beings sharing life together, being connected, and being interested in each other. And we know that when that exists relationally, we know that the behavior of those human beings shifts in a productive, positive direction.
It helps reduce triangulation too, if you can talk to more people than one at a time.
Sure it does.
Otherwise, you're always in this like, I think the group is, or a lot of people are moving towards, you're just discussing things, and it's odd. Yeah.
So I would invite you to be transparent with your commitment to building relationships with each other that allow you to do more collaborative work and make a bigger impact for your community. Be transparent about that. Most people get that. And then they go, well, you cutting deals without us. I assure you, when we go out and have lunch or dinner, hanging out like normal people, getting to know each other a little bit better, because we've learned it helps us do the work for the people better. So just tell them the why behind it. It's a little clear to you.
So initially, the first thing I thought of was the fuzzy lane thing. Then, but we've talked about that. Then I thought about how when we went one by one to say why each of us serves, whenever I heard a colleague say why she serves, then I would go back, with the exception of Maggie, to different issues that have happened over the past 2 years, just to see in my mind how that aligns, or, oh, that's why. And you said you were worried about saying too much. I'm getting ready to say too much. I was struck by the similarity from Sandra's why, my why, and Shanika's why. Oh, sorry. It's very similar. Because generally speaking, you'll find in Asheville, again, a generalization. It's not lost on me that the three of us are homegrown. Because generally speaking, you'll find that Black people who live here are from here. Because why else would you stay here as a Black person? I was recalling when I first moved back, because usually you move back to take care of an elderly or sick person, or life got too much wherever you were, and home is supposed to be your safety spot. We haven't had this conversation, but I've had it with others. Being a Black person and a Black woman in Asheville is traumatic. You figure out which day, which hit to take every day, right? And I noticed that before I was on council. We all mentioned that we serve because we feel like we owe a debt to the community. And it seems like our service, in addition to leading and helping, a lot of it is fighting off harm before it comes. So that was something that stayed with me last night when I was ruminating over our discussions yesterday.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. That doesn't sound like too much to me. That sounds like something important. Because you, like everyone on the team, we all bring our stories into the room. We all bring the story of how we got where we are into the room. That informs our perspective. It informs what we care about. It informs what we decide to invest in. It even informs how we receive information back to us. So my reaction to you specifically, you leading without that story as part of how you lead would be inauthentic. You have to lead. You're going to be your best leading from that place. And the challenge, of course, amongst a group of people who have different stories is how do you blend all that together? But don't leave it home. Bring it with you. It's important. Very important. Ben, how about for you? What's a little clearer to you?
Sibo.
Can we pause for just a second, Dan, for just logistics?
Lights on, but we can
It's
hear
off,
you.
but we can hear. So internet now has two mics, which is why you're getting that echo. So we need to move this
So
back
it's
towards
working,
Ben.
it's just the light's not on.
So if you want to tap it and just make sure.
And maybe we could skip
So
Ben
hit
and
the
come back to
microphone
him.
button
'cause he
again,
just-
the face
He
one,
just walked in the door.
and then try it.
So, Ben, hold on a second, Ben. So you saw how the team, your teammates, wanted to give you a little space from my question. So, Ben, I'm gonna give you a moment to settle in.
I would appreciate that.
How was SIBO?
And to me, you look like I'm ready to go.
It was the first question and answer panel I went to where I don't know that I got asked a question, actually.
Last time, your last meeting?
Yeah. But it was good. But yeah, I'll
You
come
just
back.
came from a panel?
I did,
So you're
yeah.
already warmed up.
7:30. We sent him at 7:30?
Yeah, the crowd got me warmed up.
Because you warmed up? What was the topic?
Homelessness and crime.
Yeah, let's go. Very nice. Yeah, let's go. I will give you-
I see Corey was there too, so he can probably, yeah. Anyways, yeah, it was good times.
Very good. All right, we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
let you.
you.
We'll let you settle in.
Yeah.
Kim, how about for you? What's a bit clearer to you?
You know, from, at the first retreat, when you first met with us in the basketball arena, we had all, as I was new at the time, and had, after 6 years in the audience, joined the team in a Zoom square. There was a lot of complication around being that isolated. It's already lonely work, but severely isolated. And there were a lot of challenges around that. What I felt I wanted to focus on today was the wins. That we did get some hold strongs out of our work. And so we can build on that. That's what I take from that.
Very good. Yeah, so you remember joining the group, and you can kind of see where you are today, where this group is today relative to a couple of years ago. And you have a big basketball tournament
Right now.
that's going on, right?
It's in that arena.
It's in the arena.
They put down a floor.
There's an actual basketball floor. How long has that tournament been here? This is a Southern Conference? So this is their tournament home.
Bring it.
Well, we had it, and then we lost it, and then now we've had it for a long time, if I understand.
Did you want to share anything else as it relates to an insight?
No, I want to hear, I'm eager to.
Okay, I guess what's a bit clearer to me is the importance of us working together to address the triangulation of the council itself. I think that is I think if we could work on something we could work on an exercise with each other and as a group to deal with that head on, with all honesty. I think that would be very instrumental in moving the whole council forward. I think a lot of times we tend to put our head in the sand when we have difficult situations, and we just sort of gloss over it and say it exists without delving in to the cause and effect of it. So therefore, that's what I got out of it, and the need to address it.
Very good, thank you for that. It is a big deal, and by default, for a team like this team, particularly with elected officials, by default, it already wants to go to a place of sidebar conversation. That's just the default of it. It already wants to go that way. The opportunity you have in front of you is, rather than allowing it to default into a bunch of sidebar conversations and side deals and all side dialogue, you can insert intentionality. We as a group are going to operate differently. The team is prime. Team is prime. I will not do anything to damage the coalition team because we have an opportunity to get so much done. So this little thing we did yesterday, we did a little role play, right? Fate came to you with an issue with one of my teammates, and what he did is something you all could agree to do. Remember what you did? How'd you direct your teammate, me in this case?
I directed you to the person you had the issue with,
Right, and you did that in service of what?
the team as a whole.
That's right, the team's prime. So the way he directed me was the team is prime. Hey, Nicholas, you know we all have We have these little sidebar conversations, and we talk to another teammate, rather than the person that we have an issue with. We know that erodes our team. We know this, don't we, Nicholas? Yeah, I know it. So Nicholas, what do you think you should do in this case? I think I should go talk to Shanika and work it out. Yeah, that would make you a good teammate, Nicholas. See, so in other words, there's just a consistent accountability that we hold each other accountable to the team's prime. And rather than go, okay, well, let's me and you sit down and have a glass of wine, I want to hear all about it. That's bad. I'm being a bad teammate now. Because I'm reinforcing the very thing that we know erodes us as a team. I can't do that. I gotta be a good teammate. I gotta say, no wine. We're not going to the chocolate lounge. You're gonna take our team to the chocolate lounge. And the two of you gonna get flat on this. But that's how we're gonna remain a strong team. Appreciate that. Maggie, for you, what's a little clearer to you?
Really, several things that teammates have already said struck me as well about, I mean, yesterday was just all about us as a team, and like, today, we're gonna start talking a little bit about our teamwork and service to the community and what that looks like. I just really appreciate that we spent so much time on that part of it yesterday, because like, this isn't gonna work. Like, we're not gonna be as bold and courageous as we need to be to solve the challenges that are ahead of us. And the thing that I'll probably walk away with the most from yesterday is that, like, doing the teamwork is part of the job. Like, investing in that, the coffee, the extra time, the check-in individually to see how people are doing, and that is part of the job description for me. And I feel like we're all hearing that, and I think that's important, because again, these are part-time jobs that we're doing while we're running families, while we're running businesses, while we're running jobs. And so it can feel like to do all the things we need to do, we cut that part out. And I want to step into that space that you're asking us to say, like, I'm going to own that this is part of the job. This is a top priority of the job to be able to do all the other stuff well.
Very good. I appreciate that. It's very, very important. I don't want to be too big with this, but I'm clear about it. The very best things done in the world today and always in the history of the world have always been done inside of the concept of a team. Even if you didn't call it a team, call it a group, corporation, coalition, whatever you want to call it. If you look back through human history, all the greatest, most difficult, meaningful, high-impact things have been done with people working together. And we know that when people that are part of a group trying to do big things have more of a relationship, more trust, more connection, we know it shows up in all aspects of the work. That's why I'm emphasizing this.
So definitely echo a lot of what's already been said, and kind of a simplistic aha around the concept of team. And I've only worked in local government, so I'm almost embarrassed to be acknowledging that this is not how I had just yesterday. But looking at the drawing you have around a high-functioning team, I have always thought of staff as a team. I've always thought of council as a team. I've always thought of the role of the city manager's office as kind of that liaison between the teams. I haven't, just transparently, thought about staff and council as a single team before, with the circle you have drawn around both. And so as simple as that is, and I'm embarrassed to say that I've worked only in local government and haven't really ever thought about staff and council as a single team, that was probably the most profound takeaway I had yesterday.
Very good. I appreciate it. To me, it's not very surprising because of what I said a moment ago. The default is for it to divide. That's normal. You have an opportunity to not be normal. You have an opportunity to be special, I'll call it. You used some language yesterday that depicts what you're citing. You said, move as a unit. Remember you said that? That's what that simple language, forget all the fancy slides. Move as a unit.
One of the things that I noticed more and more as we went through yesterday was when we reached the point where we talked about our speed bumps. Even though they had different names and there were some nuances there, to me there was almost a universal common thread, which is the inherent difficulty in in navigating this unique thing that we live in, which is a council manager form of government. That doesn't exist in a lot of other places in the same way that it exists here. And although you guys are given this 30,000-foot rule to say that you're a policy board of their operations, day-to-day decisions are very hard. And it's extraordinarily hard when you are dealing day-to-day with a public that you're trying to be responsive to that also doesn't know exactly how that function works. So this is something that is not surprising that it's hard, but it's a challenge that clearly manifesting itself in so many of the challenges that we are identifying as keeping us from being the highest level functioning that we possibly can be.
Well said. Well said. I appreciate each of you sharing that. There's a very clear theme, right? Like, we're doing the work. I showed you this yesterday. Part of what, Brad, you just cited, I think is relevant to just keep in mind. The community is part of the team. So for you, you have teams within teams. So when you are with your teammates, in this case, the community, they're on the team of teams. So when you're with them, you can't sell out this part of the team of teams because you're getting pressure from other teammates. That's why they're just simply saying the we part. We're working on it. We've got to be better. We've got to deliver more for this community. That's why it's so essential. That comes from this mindset. Now I want to do one more thing before we start to lock into content. Today's a big day because we've got to talk about successes, celebrate successes, be inspired by the successes so that we keep going. And then we've got to really do some work on budget. And we've got to have a conversation about taking the priorities and putting them into specific goal statements. That's a big part of our day today. But before we do so, I want to finish up some work that we started yesterday around this collaborative governing team. And I'm asking you to just acknowledge that this is what's going to allow us to get more done. Now, notice I've turned these two gray. I've turned them gray rather than disappear them, because the reality for you all who are elected officials, you're going to have to turn back your campaigning mindset at some point. You decide to continue to be part of this or pursue some other public role, you're going to have to turn on your competitive mindset. That's fine. But it's the versatility as a skill that while we've got this opportunity for the next 12 months to get a lot done because of all the alignment and momentum, this is where it is. And I even showed you this quote from this book. I want you to keep working on this. Now, I'd like to assess, I'm going to finish this up. In front of you, you have a sheet where these 8 dimensions of what we call the one team advantage. I'd like for you to pull that out. Anyone needs a new one, we'll get it to you. And we're very quickly going to get you to assess this team. And then we'll compile it together and show you what it looks like at the end of our time together today. Your collaborative coalition team. Quick reminder, here are the dimensions. Self-leadership, constantly being willing to practice self-awareness, versatility, connected relationships, active trust, including assuming positive intent. I know there is a reason why my teammate did that. Let me call my teammate and find out what that intent was. So you start with assuming there's a good intention behind it, a good reason for that. Then you go and have the conversation. Direct communication, speaking, being willing to enter into tough debates. These tough debates, we're going to have some today. These tough debates help us get to the best solution. Clarity and alignment. Accountability, execution. Now, let's rate these. I'm going to ask you this in a very specific way. Number 1, under, and this is your sheet, under self-leadership. Here's the question I want you to assess. And you're going from 1, we consistently demonstrate this behavior or these actions, to we never demonstrate them, that's a 1. 10, we consistently demonstrate in practice these behaviors and actions. That's a 10. First question, Under self-leadership, how consistently do team members demonstrate a willingness to see, own, and intentionally shift their impact on the team? Go ahead and put your number in. Put your number in. Let me encourage you before we go any further. Tell the truth. Share your real perspective. It's a snapshot in time. It will allow us to see where we are, where we've got strength, where we've got some wobbliness, where we've got some softness. If we do this well and honestly, it will allow us to better see where we as a team need to invest. That's the only way I want you to look at this. It's going to show us where we need to invest, where we need to work on. That's why you're sharing your real perspective really matters. Second question. How consistently does the team work to proactively build committed and supportive teammate relationships? 1 to 10. Next dimension, active trust. How consistently does the team actively work to build character trust, demonstrate competency trust, and freely extend trust to others? Freely extend trust to others. You know how some people are. Some people are just right away. They go, I'm the type of person, Nicholas, that when I meet somebody new, I don't trust them at all. And they can earn their way to me trusting them. We know people like this, right? Well, as a teammate, I'm asking you to say, okay, I'm going to go with full trust. So I have a reason not to. And once I have a reason not to trust you, there's been some trust erosion. As a good teammate, when someone has done something that erodes my trust of them, as a good teammate, I'm going to do what?
Go to that team member.
I'm going to take them to the chocolate lounge. And I'm going to say, let's have some chocolate and a little Chardonnay and work it out. Because I have to tell you, there's this thing you do that erodes my trust of you. And I think that's bad for everything we're trying to do together as teammates. So can we talk through this? Everything's a little better with a little chocolate. Next question. Straight talk, direct communication, dialogue, debate. How consistently does this team engage in straight dialogue? Tough, inclusive debates. Respectful listening and candid speaking, 1 to 10. Next dimension, clarity and alignment. How we make decisions, how we form agreements, binding agreements. How consistently does this team have clarity on shared shared goals, roles, decision-making rights, operating, and agreements? 1 to 10. Next dimension. Accountability for results and behaviors. How consistently does this team act with integrity, dependability, reliability, ownership, and hold each other to account? Now, when I say hold each other to account, I don't mean some big formal thing. Just a conversation. Hey, didn't we have an agreement? Didn't you commit to get me the document by 10 a.m.? Hey, didn't we say that when this came up, you and I were going to have a conversation before we went to the press? Just a conversation. Easiest, most effective form of accountability. Just to talk about it. Don't let it just get swept under the rug. That's the radar gun we talked about. Hey, teammate, looks like you're going 80 in a 55. Can we talk about this? Next dimension, execution as one team. How consistently does the team deliver results operating together as one team? Not little factions, not lone wolves, not rugged individualism. We-ism. Last dimension, extraordinary results. How consistently does the team experience a healthy, high-functioning team culture and interactions as you deliver for this community? 1 to 10. Boy, that was really hard. Man, the last 12 months have gone by in a blur, and boy, we pushed it forward several feet. That was really hard. The year turned out to be even tougher than we thought it was going to be. We had some external forces pop up that we never saw coming. But boy, we did what we said we were going to do on behalf of this community. And the way it felt for us to team together leads me to want to do it again with this team next year. That's healthy. That's healthy. Okay. Kelly, if you would grab those, who's going to compile them. Share that back with you. It will just simply show you where we need to invest. Where we need to invest. And by the way, you can do this with any team, including your families. People are people. People are people. Teams be better, families be better, relationships be better. Very, very simple. Okay. So yesterday, we largely spent time in the context, just kind of zooming the lens out, seeing the bigger context. And one of the things I shared with you was this little triad, as we call it, to help us see the external forces that we have little to no control over, help us begin to see and understand what internal adjustments we must make as a team to push all of this forward 1 inch at a time. Of outcomes. So yesterday we really spent time looking at all of it. Today is a bit more about the internal adjustments. Day 2. Discussion 5, which is getting ready to begin. Review the priorities and accomplishments from last year. Discussion 6, funding, budget, challenges, and opportunities. Conversation 7. Let's get very specific. For each of these priorities, how do we really push them forward? I'm sorry. Got you.
You got it.
Ooh, who's gonna, Nicholas, excuse me, forgot our teammate. Insights from yesterday.
Yeah, I thought maybe you had forgot me too, so, but that's okay. No, my insights, actually, I appreciate what you said, Rachel, and you know, I thought about that, and I think I've done local, it's my only job as well, so I've probably viewed it the way you have, but thinking about the council and the staff as a team, I'm a collaborative personality, so I like to work as a team. I think I function best that way. And so that actually was exciting to me. I went home and thought about just the potential of this group and what we can do together under council's leadership. And I was actually pretty excited. And there's things that have been done before I was part of this team, you know, at this table. There are things that are in place that I think we can really build upon. There's a great foundation already. So I'm really excited to build on the foundation we have and to work together as a group to do really amazing things here in Asheville. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I did not forget you.
Yeah.
Just for a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Couple seconds. You're right in my line of sight, and I look at your face going, uh-oh. All right, so thank you for that. All right, I want to turn it over to Deborah and team, and let's talk about the past 12 months.
We,
Do you want the clicker?
You're queuing up.
so while we are getting the equipment ready and addressing the tech issues, what we're going to do probably for the rest of the, till about noon, is we may be doing a lot of talking to you or at you. And we do have a lot of slides, especially when we talk about the budget, but we will, we have some opportunities for us, or you all, to ask us questions and for us to have discussion. So what this session is about is really about a reflection in terms of how we have, we think, followed council's direction, particularly as it relates to priorities, and how we have kind of evolved at looking at making the linkages between that big vision statement getting down to the focus areas, then down to the projects. What we hope at the end of our presentations that you all will see is that we are connecting some dots. We are hoping that we are creating an organizational structure, a feedback mechanism, a communication mechanism, like I mentioned earlier, that you all will see specifically the alignment, the initiatives, the projects that are hopefully in alignment with your priorities, as well as you all even doing work on some of the policy alignments through your council committees. So I think I've kind of summarized what I hope the key takeaways are from our presentation, but I'll go into them a little bit more detail. Over the past several years, obviously, your priorities have evolved. And yesterday, we had the opportunity to possibly even evolve the statements around the focus areas. We have, again, tried to, from an organizational perspective, create that alignment in terms of specific initiatives. What are we doing? What are the projects? How are we impacting the lives of people who live in Asheville? Again, we're focused on improving those processes. It's fine? Okay, great. Yes, right, okay, okay. So what we want to do, again, is to strengthen that alignment and have that iterative process, that we don't have one retreat, and then you don't hear about what we're doing, what's underway, until the next retreat. So, again, what's our framework versus our context? I don't have to go into a lot of detail in terms of the vision statement, the focus areas, and alignments, and potentially this may become the title of framework versus focus areas. I wanted to go to this slide because for some of you who were on council, when I first came to Asheville, the first thing that I wanted to find out about was, okay, we've got this 2036 vision plan. We've got these themes or focus areas. What are we doing? And when we first started this process, there was like 36 things that we were supposed to achieve. We had a retreat, and I was like, council, I implore you, please, we can't do 36 things. And what I've heard feedback from staff was, God, Deborah, I don't know what to be working on. I don't know what council wants us to do. So we got down to about 13 initiatives. And what I wanted to do with this is to reflect and indicate that we haven't lost any of that. We're continuing to work on these 13 priorities that you are efforts that you all identified for us, and we're continuing to grind. And to show you alignment with your current vision statement. And in fact, a lot of these also align with your priorities that you identified for last year. And I'm not going to go through all of this, and I know this is a horrible kind of eye chart type of slide. So what we want to do.
Deborah, can I ask you a question, though, on
Absolutely.
that? So when I read these 13 strategies from 2020, 2021, I think there's a tendency for a council to go to a retreat, develop, we don't even call them strategies at the retreat. And then staff puts this together, this goes way internal. We don't hear about most of it, and we don't even know you're still working on it.
That's right.
And we have a new, here we are a couple of years later, and we look at this list and go, okay, some of these things are still relevant and still good, but should we check in to make sure we really want staff resources to continue to be dedicated to some of these things. And maybe we're gonna have a discussion about that later, I don't know. That's one thing. The other is, we have this piece of paper here called Current Work Plan Projects, March 2023, that goes through 51 things. Some of it looks like, I've read through it, looks like it overlaps with this, with these strategies, not all of it.
Mm-hmm.
How do we read those two together?
Okay,
But,
so.
and I'm probably jumping the gun. so
No, no,
you-
no, you're fine. No, this is exactly why we're presenting this. The evolution of what you have access to do, what resources we are devoting, and the reason that I said that you all in the past, this is how we've worked in the past, is that we have a retreat, you tell us the priorities, we go off and internalize, we come up with projects, and we say, here's how we have aligned the projects that we are working on with your priorities. And then next year, we come back and we say, this is what we accomplished. We don't do that iterative process of providing you all with information on an ongoing basis of, here's what we are working on, here's where we are, here's what of things that are going to be going to committees, yada, yada, yada. What we created with this long list of projects was a work program so that we can finally shed light on all the internal things that we are doing as an organization. These are the 51, I think there are, things are organizational priorities. That is, Department X, I know you're doing 50 other things in terms of your normal service delivery. But in terms of what we need you to accomplish at a minimum this year, or maybe several years, are these things. And so we are coming back to show you the things that we are doing. And hopefully it's part of your discussion during the goal setting and whatever, we can, and as we come back to you all, because I hope you all don't think that the retreat is the final word on things that we are working and making those alignments. So once we get your goals, we will come back and show you projects and initiatives that we have underway that we hope will align with your goals and your priorities. So that's how we're going to roll in the future. This is what we've done in the past.
So let me ask for some clarification. Like, it has upgrade, like on the 51 list, it has upgrades to Memorial Stadium and Mountainside Park.
That's a
But-
project we're working on. It's not a project that we're saying we're going to, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right, but like Wesley Grant isn't on here, but you're working on that. The sidewalk on New Leicester and Airport Road, those are projects you're working on, but it's not on this list. So, like,
These are kind of the new things that we are working on for this year. Wesley Grant is
already in progress? so it's
already
not-
underway, in progress. And that's what I said earlier. There are tons of other things
Right.
that we are working on, but these were organizational priorities. We think these are must-dos.
If I may, this is kind of more how my brain thinks as a project manager, these kind of documents. And I wonder, and I'm not sure if this is what Esther is getting at, but it's almost hard to merge these. And I guess what we're really seeing here is that the last time we had Nicholas and got together with new council was this year. And this is currently what, like, a March calendar is. For me, you know how when we change an ordinance and we mark up a copy and add red and stuff, I wonder if there's just a work plan out there, I imagine it's pretty big, that is just constantly marked up as we proceed through the year. Because that, you know, that's what we started doing as boards and commissions, right? We started getting work plans the last couple of years and sending them up, so everybody knew the broader work plan, but the public doesn't have that. I don't have that in whole, and to Esther's point, like, you know, things may take longer, but is that still in progress? Where is it? Are we saying this is new? You know, just that might help with the overall
Sure.
what's happening. And some, you know, when I saw this and sat down this morning, I was like, woo, let's not add to it.
That's kind of a,
Deborah, I have another just logistics question around the current work plans. I kind of was seeing this as like, these are the ones that are still have an element of logistics that haven't been worked out yet. We're getting into about to get into the nitty gritty. but 4 of them have that they're not in a priority council bucket. And I wondered if we might understand better why those 4 are in the none category when, I mean, I guess in my mind, single-use plastic reduction impacts our water quality so much that it seemed like it could go somewhere. Neighborhood resiliency, for example. When I think about realignment of boards and commissions, like surely that has somewhere to do with community engagement or core services or something. I was wondering why we landed at none for 4 of the categories. It's at 56 through 49, 46 through 49. Realignment.
Oh, for sure, we can link those. And I'm sorry. I
I'm sure they
didn't
are linked somewhere.
Review that,
They're not
absolutely
like in
they
the
are.
ether, but they're under none. And I was like, oh, what's the none category?
Yeah.
It's like an et cetera or other, but none seemed a little
Yeah,
intriguing.
yeah, I'm not sure why that isn't. Because implement community responder program is community and public safety. Yeah, absolutely.
somewhere.
Yep, it can go somewhere. Okay? Yep. No, you can go ahead. This is yours? Okay. Yes, you can. I'm going to transition. We are going to kind of talk about some of the accomplishments, and this will be a conversation where the executive team, and this is my executive team, Jamie, Rachel, and Ben, to discuss the rest of the presentation.
So we just wanted to show what the last 2 years of your priorities have looked like with these slides. I know that there's 2 that have remained the same. And again, the long list shows the alignment with all of these priorities and the projects that we're working on. And those projects are the organizational work plan. So they're projects that we wanted to track as an organization so that we can communicate about them. They take across-departmental efforts. And like Deborah said, they're not everything that we're working on. Departments, this is the organizational work plan, but all departments have their own work plans where you'll see things like the Wesley Grant Center updates and all of that. So this is not it by any means. So over the last year, we've worked really hard to bring a structure to how we plan and develop our projects and these. And I've got to give a lot of credit to Rachel for leading this effort. We're trying to make things clearer across the organization about where we are and how we share information with each other so that we can collaborate better. And this just shows sort of that structure of how things filter down from your vision, your focus areas, and alignment with your council committees. I know that we've talked a lot in the committees about that alignment lately and creating the work plan for those committees that then aligns with our organizational work plan, advisory boards and commissions, and then to this work plan, and then down into our departmental work plan. So it's all sort of filtering down, and we're really excited about creating this structure using charters, using in communication engagement plans well ahead of time so that we know what we're working on and where we need to better collaborate. So I'm going to turn it over to Rachel and Ben to go through, highlight some of these projects. Again, not all of them, but we did want to show you the whole list, but then highlight some of the big ones. So take it away, Rachel.
Thank you, Jamie. And Mayor, just to kind of build on what you were saying about the relationship between the 13 and the focus areas and the priorities, that's a challenge that I had coming into the organization. When I was going through the interview process, it was really hard to figure out what specifically are the priorities of council, what are the priorities of staff, because there were so many documents that had items that weren't mutually exclusive, but it was hard to tell which one was the top priority and which one was, some initiative that was more time limited. And so as Jamie was describing, we've tried to find a way to kind of structure staff's work that is very intentional at driving back to ensuring the work that we're doing is tied directly to council's vision, the focus areas, the strategic priorities, then council committee work plans, which of course are a new element that we've been adding throughout the course of this fiscal year, working with advisory boards to have more clear direction to council's priorities as well, then having that organizational work plan. And when we say organizational work plan, Deborah did a great job of describing this. We're looking at time-limited projects. So this isn't the services we provide. The organizational work plan, while it has some capital projects on it, is not the CIP, which is a different planning document. So we're working with staff to figure out how do we have those connections and what are the things that we want to report based on what bucket that work that we're doing falls into. And so this is definitely still a work in progress. I want to thank the entire organization for the patience that they've had as we work through these processes. The Office of Data and Performance has done a lot of work on the back end to help us have the tools that we need to work on improving how we report progress. And so we're still very much in the early stages of getting this to where we want it to go. Right now, we're really focused on outputs. So what is the initial result of these projects, programs, and initiatives? Where we want to go is the impact, the outcome of these projects, programs, initiatives, because that's really where you see the tie back to council's priorities and making sure that we have achieved or move the needle in the direction that you're wanting us to go. So just wanted to set that stage as we're going into talking about the progress that we've made. This is by no means us saying mission accomplished. This is us saying this is where we are. We've made a lot of headway, and we're acknowledging that we have a long way to go, not only in terms of achieving those outcomes, but also making sure that we have the reporting processes in place to make sure you know how we're doing on these projects, to better categorize the work that we have, and also to have those feedback mechanisms with council, with the committees, with the advisory boards, so that we're all working together as a unit, as we've been talking about throughout this retreat. I don't know why I'm trying to move the slides on my laptop. That's not going to do any good. So first set of slides, these are different organizational work plan projects that we have that are organized by an equitable and diverse community. And again, this is by no means comprehensive, but just want to highlight some of the progress that's been made over the course of the current fiscal year. Those of you that are on the Equity and Engagement Committee, as well as on the Housing and Community Development Committee, you've seen and heard several presentations related to the Strategic Partnership Grant Program over the course of the last year. And thanks to the feedback we've gotten from council, thanks to the lessons learned we had from the pilot that went live this summer, we actually have applications currently underway for the next round of funding, much earlier than we did in previous years. We've got clarity around what the scope is, and we're accepting applications through the end of March for this round of funding. So definitely still a work in progress, but we've come a long way over the course of the last year with that program. Next is finalized reparations commission recommendations. And I want to note on this, Deborah hit on this earlier, you'll notice that a lot of these projects are multi-year in nature. So what we've tried to do with the organizational work plan is look at what can we achieve within the next year to ultimately get this project across the finish line, understanding that a lot of these are going to be multi-year in nature. So underway with reparations, actually happening as we speak, we've got a working group that is meeting to develop that scope of work. As you may recall, back in January, City Council adopted a resolution to cease further harm. And so now staff at the county, staff at the city, our project manager, and a small working group of Reparations Commission members are working to develop that scope of work, which will ultimately be used to inform the solicitation to select a firm that will conduct an audit. And so they're having their first meeting starting at 10 o'clock today. Next is create the Pack Square Vision Project, or Vision Plan, and we've selected a firm. That work is underway, and the vision plan document should be completed and presented to council in June of 2023. This is a great example of a project that you're going to see on future work plans, because we're going to have the vision plan, which is great. That's a first step, but then we'll have to look at how are we going to fund and what are we going to do to actually implement this vision plan document once the plan itself is completed. Under transportation and accessibility, a really big win for the community was the Close the Gap plan being adopted back in October. That, of course, is our greenways, ADA, and pedestrian plan. And this is another example of a project that you're going to see for several years as part of the CIP as well as part of our work plan as we look at how we prioritize and implement those recommendations that are in that very lengthy and detailed document. We talked at last week's agenda briefing a bit about the city-county transit master plan. Staff had another meeting this week to work on refining what that scope would look like, refining our joint city-county goals, and then talking more specifically around engagement. So you will continue to hear status updates on that as progress is made throughout the spring. This will also be something we'll be discussing as part of the budget process.
Is this also the feasibility, the potentially jointly funded feasibility study? Okay.
Yes.
Correct. And we're also looking at folding into that potentially the emission reduction plan for our transit fleet as well. City Council, I believe back in December, approved a contract for parking garage structural maintenance needs assessment. Walker is the name of the firm that was selected. That work is currently underway, and over the course of the next several months, we'll be looking at really the structural integrity and lifespan of our existing parking structures. This work is being conducted in concert with the work that is going on with our city facilities. And so we're doing a lot of this really intentional planning as we look at what are going to be our biggest capital needs, especially as we look at how we might potentially lead into a future bond program. Thriving local economy. Really great work is underway right now with our Community and Economic Development Department as well as the contractor that's been hired to complete the updated disparity study. We should have a presentation within the next few months, just a status update to the Equity and Engagement Committee. And ultimately, the study will be completed in August of 2023 with presentations to council in October. The Planning and Development Services Department are doing some phenomenal work on updating our outdoor dining program. I will say credit to Chris Collins and Dana Frankel for their great work managing that project. They're definitely using some project management best practices. And you'll be hearing more throughout the summer on what that program might look like with an estimated implementation in early fiscal year '24. And I think with that, is this me or am I turning it over to Ben at this point? This is still me? Okay, I'll keep going. So you're actually going to hear an update at the March 14th City Council meeting on ARPA, but you have heard throughout your committee meetings as well as some council action related to contracts even as recent as your February 28th meeting. I'm sorry, your February. Yeah, we had a council meeting this week, February 28th meeting. This week is a blur on some of the contracts that are being implemented to bring these projects that are being funded through ARPA to fruition. I think Jamie's going to give an update at the city manager's report at the March 14th council meeting on some additional details. Additionally, under neighborhood resilience, we've got.
I'm like, while you're doing this, I'm trying to find all these projects on this list, and they don't go same order. So they appear to be like synced up though with this list, right?
Mm-hmm. They are.
Okay, so if anybody just happens to know the ARPA project, Inclusive and Accessible Government, I saw it on here. Does anybody know what number that one is? Is it this one or is it, I thought there was,
38.
yeah, I thought okay. All right, and then that last one, or complete the disparity study, I saw that on here too, but I cannot. Also, I should have brought my readers, but.
And we can work on resorting this.
No, that's fine. As you go along, I just wanted to make sure I'm checking these off.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty close too.
All right.
Yeah.
And we're not
I
going to
was
go through all
I know, but-
51. We're just highlighting a couple today, just for examples. The next one, the Neighborhood Issue Tracker, also known as the Silo Buster. This is some really great work that the CAPE team is leading. to make sure that departments are aware of what other departments have going on, especially if you go into a community meeting, you need the context of other discussions that have happened with that community so that staff isn't blindsided going into a meeting thinking they're gonna talk about one subject and then the neighborhood is asking seemingly off-the-wall questions for that staff person just because they don't have the context of other meetings and conversations that have happened with city staff. So really great work that Dawa's team is leading. The IT services team has done a really great job of working through the Asheville app relaunch. As we were talking about community cleanliness, especially through some of the presentations we had last spring, part of the frustration that we were hearing is residents' experience using the Asheville app is different based on the types of requests that they're reporting. Sometimes we flag things as closed, even though they've been referred to another department, referred to another agency. So Scott Barnwell, our Deputy IT Services Director, is working with staff on making sure we've got some consistency on training, that we've got consistency on what a closed out request looks like. And so the portion of the work that IT Services is focused on is scheduled to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. This is going to be an ongoing training effort, though, because as we have turnover, we need to make sure that staff are aware of these expectations if they're assigned to be someone responding to the Asheville app. But really great work in terms of making sure we've got that consistency is underway.
That's number 24, Mayor.
Got it.
And the majority of the items under quality affordable housing, those of you that are on the Housing and Community Development Committee could probably go through this slide better than I could. Of course, we had our joint city-county meeting just a few weeks ago where we heard the National Alliance to End Homelessness report. And so now we've got the report and we're doing the hard work of implementing those recommendations. I know HIAC, who is currently our Continuum of Care Governance Board, has established working groups, and they're looking at, over the course of the next several months, coming back with recommendations. One of the things on the staff side that we're working through is how do we effectively report back to council progress? And we know we want to use the Housing and Community Development Committee. We're also most likely going to have some updates as progress is made through the city manager's report, especially for the things that we think the full council needs to be aware of. But this is likely to be a topic that will be on work plans into the future, just because this work is going to be a long and intentional process. Establishment of permanent supportive housing at the Ramada. We all attended the groundbreaking, and we know that's renovations for 113 permanent supportive housing units. Complete is the sale of the property, and so now that work is underway. I'm hearing that by the end of 2023, those units should be operational. Getting back to the conversations we've had at Housing and Community Development Committee, pursuing a plan to update our affordable housing strategies. You all may recall, full City Council approved Housing Trust Fund policy updates in December 2022. Also, the transfer of the remaining affordable housing bond funding to the Housing Trust Fund so that it had ample funds as we look at the applications that we have underway. We also, with the Housing Trust Fund, have synced up our application process with the counties, and so that's really big for developers to have some predictability in those cycles, and so that we can look at applications at the same time and objectively review them rather than looking at them individually, which has been the practice over the past few years. Currently looking at developing a scope of work for an updated affordable housing plan. We're working right now on an application for funding with Dogwood to help fund that affordable housing plan, which would be updating the 2008 Bowen report. And then as a part of that effort, really looking at all of the affordable housing tools that we have and refining those policies. We've had a lot of detailed conversations around the land use incentive grant policy. We've had a lot of conversations around the Housing Trust Fund, but we want to make sure we're leveraging the tools that we have most effectively. Again, as we start looking at a potential bond program, we want to make sure we're aware of what will be most effective and have the highest impact as we're looking at those affordable housing tools.
Rachel, if I may.
Sure.
We mentioned the Ramada. Do we know anything about the days in timeline?
I can get that for you.
Last I heard it was
I-
this summer. I was just
I-
wondering if it was
It's-
still.
I think it's
Ju-
been moved, I think they're now saying end of.
End of year.
2023.
Okay, thank you.
Is that consistent with what you've heard, Ben?
I think it's still this summer, actually.
Okay.
Because I got that before my meeting this morning.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
go with
Yeah.
Ben's response rather than mine.
Teamwork.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And before we transition, Mayor, I think I'm kind of understanding what you were saying in terms of the complexity of this list and the priority list. Some of the things on this list in terms of our current work plan, like, for example, update HR policies and create employee handbook. It's probably not under your purview of, this, it could be under court services as a priority. A lot of these things are administrative and things, the infrastructure that is needed for us as an organization, as staff, to be a bit more high-performing. And what we were trying to provide you with this long list is a lot of things that we think organizationally, between what staff needs to be better and to perform better, and what we know are council priorities. So we blended a lot of this information. This presentation was designed to provide you with kind of updates on mostly alignment with council priorities. And so hopefully that helped clarify a little bit of the confusion.
If I may. Goes for a second. Because the time and energy went into this, and it's such an opportunity to educate the public on what you do, that something like an employee handbook, it takes a lot of time, and it informs how you do what you do, and I think you should take credit for it. If this list needs to be like 75 long, if it's missing parts like that are taking up a lot of time, I think you might want to take credit for it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, and it helps us, when we talk about staff capacity,
Yes.
we're thinking about what our direction has been, what our interaction with admin is, and you're like, well, below this iceberg tip is this whole other iceberg part that we're working on all the time. It's service delivery, but what about all the things internally that are needed to support service delivery? So it's a helpful reminder. We just think it magically happens, but it's helpful for us to understand. I mean, that's why I get a little anxious when I think about whether I am seeing the whole, is this the whole iceberg, or is there this is like a sample of the iceberg?
It's a sample of the iceberg.
And, right, so,
Yes, ma'am, but it's a sample of the iceberg, but again, we have to prioritize organizationally. We need to say, I know you all are working on 100 things, but we really got to get 51 accomplished this
Yeah.
year,
well, and,
or in the next 2 years.
and I think there's also, there's the piece of the internal work that's required to make the machine go.
Work.
And that, we completely sort of cede to you what it's gonna take for your organization to operate. If it's an employee handbook, I don't know how old the employee handbook is, but I know
Old.
they've gotta be redone, right? So, I mean, I get that. I guess where I get concerned is, what are the things that are sitting there occupying a lot of time that staff is doing because they think it's at the council direction, and council's like,
What?
what are you doing? Why do you think that's what we wanted you to do? Or, why aren't you working on this thing that we directed 2 years ago? Did it get shelved and you didn't tell me you stopped working on it? Or why are you working on this thing that you interpreted that we wanted when it doesn't really fit what we were thinking about? So that's where I get a little concerned. And I want to see, I want to see the list, so I get a good idea of that.
And not only, I think, Mayor, just seeing the list, but again, going back to that communication of us coming back, an iterative process, you all knowing what the list is first and foremost, and then if we're not working on it, we come back and say, you know what, you told us to do this in 2021, but you've also added 15 additional things, or we feel like organizationally, internally, we need to work on 10 more things. Do we have any flexibility in terms of a timeline of accomplishment, or this is when we can get to that issue or that initiative or that assignment? Again, it's the communication and it's the iteration of us coming back, not only to council, but to the community.
And maybe that's not gonna ever be a complete list through the tracking bar. I do know the bond program was a really excellent example of
The
a tool
dashboard.
that I could send people to, that they're like, okay, I see that sidewalk commitment, I know where it is. That might be helpful for some of the bigger things, but maybe if we're looking at that, kind of like what Esther, you said, the iceberg, is like, maybe it's just like, this is 30% of our work, this is 60% of our work, like
Yeah.
a picture that's a little bit more grounded in reality instead of just where we fit in the imagination of what's happening in City Hall.
Sounds good. Ben?
Thank you, Deborah. Lean in a little bit. So this, I'm gonna pick up, that should work better. Thank you, Deborah. I'm gonna pick up where Rachel left off. This is a slide under the well-planned and livable community focus area. And we've got 3 projects here that I think council's probably familiar with, but they each align with improving and expanding our core services council priority. And these are exciting projects because, and I'll read them for the public in a second, but I think they're exciting because they respond directly to community needs or requests, and they're all underway. They're active projects. So we have our ARPA project to improve access to downtown restrooms. That's a restroom that'll be 24/7 in the downtown. It was identified by the community and council as a need for the downtown. We expect the design contract to be awarded this month, with construction beginning in winter of 2023 and hopefully completion and opening in summer of 2024. Another project is our upgrades to Memorial Stadium and Mountainside Park. Again, another great project that improves that facility, but also improves it in a way that I think enhances the access and use available to the surrounding community. Again, contract is awarded for that. It will be under construction beginning in May, scheduled to be complete in May of 2024. So that is moving forward. And then lastly, council, I was gonna say last week, but it actually was this week. My weeks are fuzzy too. But this week, actually, council awarded a contract for our community cleanliness program. Again, that's a direct response to some of the concerns we've heard from the community about cleanliness. What that contract does, it provides for roadside litter cleanup, as well as, we've called it hotspot litter, but that's our ability to respond situationally when needed. Also has a component that allows for the cleanup of sites that have biohazardous materials. So that should enhance our ability to respond and clean tremendously. And again, that contract was awarded, approved by council this week. Continuing under well-planned and livable community, we have an update of our emergency operations and continuity of operations plan. Again, that's a tremendous effort that's being led by our fire department. That's under our neighborhood resilience council priority. And what that's going to do really is update our ability, our plans for responding to emergencies in a way that's more effective and more collaborative, I think, across all our departments. So I'm really excited about that planning effort, and we expect that to be finalized in late summer of this year. Next slide, and this is under our clean and healthy environment. And a lot of this, actually, let me back up, all this work is being led by our sustainability department. And so they too are making a lot of great progress. These are 3 items under our improve and expand core services council priority. First is the integration of the climate justice initiative into our city operations. Sustainability department has created a climate justice screening tool. They're very active in the EOP planning effort that I just mentioned. I'll note as a credit to that department is when we had our water outages, one thing that we used in terms of trying to make a best response in terms of the provision of water was our fire department actually used that climate justice screening tool to help gear that response that they were making in terms of distribution of water. So again, that's just a project that sustainability is leading and that we are really integrating into our city operations to meet our climate goals and resilience goals. Next item is the Municipal Climate Action Plan. That was reviewed by the Environment and Public Safety Committee recently, and again, I think that was this week as well. That is moving to full council for approval on March 28th. I think it goes back to Environment and Safety on February 28th for their recommendation. And what that plan really does, it prioritizes our commitment to climate resilience and adaptation, and it really is a way for us as an organization and community to integrate that into all the work that we do. And the last item is the single-use plastic reduction initiative. Again, we've actually completed phase one of that, which is moving away from plastic bags being used for curbside brush and leaf collection. The next section or next phase of that that's underway is the assessment and limitations on the use of single-use plastic bags for point of sale. That is an active project that Sustainability is leading. They have a group of staff that's working on that. Soon to come for the community is a community-wide survey, which will begin the public engagement process around that work plan item. We hope to have that something in terms of a recommendation, at least an initial recommendation back to council later this year. Financially resilient city. This is, again, under that council goal area. We have 3 projects I'm going to cover. The first is the comprehensive facilities assessment. I think council's had some updates on that along the way. That is under the priority of improving and expanding core services. What that does is it really takes a comprehensive review and assessment of our current city facilities. So that's principally buildings, but whatever facilities that we have, trying to look to the future about what our potential needs would be, and then helping us prioritize and integrate those needs into our CIP. So again, this is a comprehensive and holistic way to try to address city facilities. Next is comprehensive employee retention strategy. Just pause here a second and just want to acknowledge, and I know that council agrees with this, our most important asset is our employees. They are the staff, they are the people that help us execute these goals and deliver this to our community. So recognizing that employees are our most important asset, council has funded our compensation adjustments that were part of the recommendations of the class and comp study. Our full-time employees earn at least $36,816 annually. We have also, with council support, taken steps to address compression in the organization. So again, this is a big deal for our employees and a big deal for this community and the organization. And so that's something we've had a lot of success with in terms of pay and trying to make Asheville the employer of choice. But as always, we have to continue to work at that and make sure that we do attract and retain high-quality employees.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
It says complete, does that mean there is no more compression?
Oh, no, compression happens every year.
Yeah, I think that the compression that was created by the initial adjustments, I think we've worked through that, but I assume at some point today, we're gonna talk about employee compensation again, which may likely create another round of compression that we then have to work through. So yes, it's complete for this past budget year, but I think we'll be doing that again probably.
Yeah, the compression issue has to just become a issue, a impact, every time we make an adjustment. It has to just be the accounting and the budget process. We have to account for compression going forward, because every adjustment creates that problem.
Well, I mean, usually where I hear the biggest issue around compression is where we try to bring up the wage to meet the living wage, and that not if we said everybody gets a 5% raise across the board.
It isn't as significant.
Yeah,
Yes.
right, it's when we push up. And
Yes,
then-
when
and then
we
it-
do
Right.
a lot of gyrations of increases.
It's a very, very complex topic, and, every department
And
has.
the budget.
Yeah, every department has unique needs. APD has needs right now in terms of their staffing. other departments do as well. So again, this is just a evolving and constant effort to try to address those needs. And again, make sure we are the employer of choice and that we recognize that our people are our most important asset. Moving on, last thing is the advanced metering replacement initiative. That is major, significant initiative that the water department is leading. And council, you approved that project in July of 2022. I think Rachel mentioned this previously, but this is a good example of one of our work plan items. It's gonna span multiple fiscal years. So this is on this list that we have. It's gonna be on the next fiscal year list, and it's gonna be on the next one after that too. Just because this is a good example. It has an end date, but it's a significant amount of work to get to that end date. And this is really customer focused. Just want to be clear on this. What this does, it really allows customers to monitor their meter. There's apps that come along with it. It really moves our water technology kind of into the future. So it's going to be a great tool in terms of not just for the city, but also for our water customers. This is my last slide, and I think this is a great slide for me to end on. And I think this kind of pulls everything together, and this is the conversation that Deborah and Mayor, you were just having. As we do this work plan and budget development cycle, you know, we're building muscle memory. We've got 1 year under our belts. It went really well. We're about to start our next year. And I think in terms of our ability to measure progress and outcomes, that's going to get easier and better as we get more of these behind us. So we're building not only a database, but we're building information that's available to you as a council and the community, and it's just going to get better and better, and we're going to get better at measuring and reporting and having the ability to clearly look back and see what we accomplished as a community and what we still need to accomplish. So again, just to recap this slide, we start with your priorities, which we're working on today. We match that or sync that up with our budget process. Your priorities will inform our budget team and their work. We get through that. We know what you want us to do. We know what we have funding to do and resources for. We add that into our organizational work plan. Some of those items may be in the department work plan. We track that. We make sure we complete those items. We're able to report back to the community and say, this is what we did, or this is what we didn't do, but we can make sure that it's clear that we work in sync and we work to accomplish the priorities that council sets. And I think, Deborah, I think that goes back to you.
You can go to the next one, which is questions.
A curiosity, because we just went over a lot of stuff. And maybe your notes are different, but we only talked about half.
Right. Yeah, I
It's
know, I
26 checks and 25 not addressed. And that's just from this tip of the iceberg. So I guess my question would be, and there's an example that's kind of glaring, and Sage, you mentioned the South Slope Vision Plan. And it seemed like we keep going back for more community input, and I get where the community would say, you can keep talking to us about it to try to sell us on it, but we're not there, and we're trying to check it off a list, because like, please let us get something done. But I wonder what happens to a project, and how often do we do this, where we say, you know what, or like restructuring boards and commissions. We might have to rethink, we have staff who are ready to check something off a list, but the community's not there. So when do we take stuff off the list?
So that is a conversation that we have internally, and obviously we would then come back to council and say, you know what, we have not been able to either have the resources, have the time with the community that's needed, or the community is saying, these are their concerns. Do you want us to continue working on these initiatives? Yea or nay?
So like following up with the realignment, I know we're also working on hybrid meetings, and I think about what that means for childcare. Like I think about the Human Relations Commission as an example, and it's like if we have a limited amount of staff, I would love for us to spend that on hybrid meetings instead of the realignment, even though some of the realignment work still needs to get done. I wanted to know if you're open to the idea of taking some things off the list.
But you're saying, Deborah, that
It needs to
that
come
will
back.
have to come back to the full council
Yes.
to sort of,
Especially if it's a council-approved directly gave staff that direction to work on that project, we'd have to come back to council.
Can I ask a question about, on the list of 51, which is not a complete list,
Yes, ma'am.
we've talked about, just so I have, just a couple questions. Number 3 is the open space text amendment. Are we still working on the open space text amendment, or is that now done?
Go ahead.
I can
Dan.
answer, yeah, so just, yes, we are still working on that. What I have asked planning staff to do, and this is maybe a good example of how a project kind of evolves, is we want to get that a little more in sync with some of the changes that are forthcoming related to the tree protection ordinance.
Okay.
So again, that's one that's still a project, but it's one that, you know, we may be, I'm not going to say re-scoping, but I've asked them to take a look at that, and before we bring that to council, to make sure that we have that where we need it to be.
And because there were changes in another ordinance, we're kind of
Correct.
tweaking in
That's-
order to
That's right, and trying to
make
make
those
sure, and that's a
consistent.
good example of trying to make sure that we don't make one change that unintentionally impacts other parts of the ordinance. But yes, it is still a project, and it will come to council eventually.
Number 8, the citywide maintenance review. Okay, so we have number 9, the comprehensive facility assessment. We've gotten a big presentation about that, full understanding of what that is. What is the citywide maintenance review? Is that like an ongoing thing or something significant, one-time kind of a thing?
So it's looking at primarily the maintenance of city-owned property, and so who's responsible for mowing, cleaning up those properties that we have, also looking at right-of-way. We've got several different departments right now that are responsible for mowing, for example. So Jade Dundas is leading that effort, and
So
we're looking
you're kind of
at
trying to get your arms around
how do we get
what
our
you're-
arms around, and how are we as efficient as we can be? Do we
Okay.
need to have 5 different mowing contracts, or does it make sense to have one,
see.
and which department should manage it?
So it's kind of a
that's-
one-time level, as Shanika says, a level set.
A level
Yes,
on
ma'am.
correct.
Maintenance, okay. The, conduct organizational risk assessment, number 17 is in finance. Is that, tell me about that. What is that?
Okay. Tony,
Tony, tell us about
Tony is here. And yes, and we actually have discussed this with the Finance and HR Committee and the Audit Committee, and I'll turn it over to Tony to give you a scope.
Yeah, and I'll be real brief. So a risk assessment, essentially, it's internal audit work. And so I think, as you all know, our internal auditor position has been vacant for a while. And so to kind of keep the work of that program going and to help us identify areas that we need to look at.
Okay.
We've had a consultant come in. They're actually going to do a presentation in a few weeks at our audit committee in March.
So that, and then the number 18, the review, update, and develop new administrative policies, that's really your internal checks and balances. Okay,
Yep.
I got it. Let's see, on 26, the land development service enhancements, is that like the user experience in the planning department, or what is that?
So that is a project that has some connectivity to the fact that we have right now a vacancy for the DSD director and the planning director. What that actually does is it's going to create depth around our planning function, and we're actually combining the planners in DSD, or moving them into the planning department. So we're going to go from a planning department of 14
Okay,
to.
right, because you had some people doing
Correct.
policy, drafting UDO, and you had some where applicants were
Plan
interfacing with
review.
Yeah.
planners and DSD.
Yeah, the
Okay.
implementation and the
Okay.
policy, you know, council's work is in one department, but the implementation is in another. So by putting that function together, we think we can have better success with actually implementing the policy, the planning policy that's being passed by the council.
And Mayor, a lot of these kind of administrative things, we're just so laser focused on consolidation, efficiencies, and doing that assessment of looking internally at our organization to see if we are duplicating efforts, are we utilizing, before we ask you for more resources, got to understand the existing, are we truly applying our existing resources in the most effective and efficient way?
Number 41, I know we have a Parks and Rec master plan. I assume this is like an
It's an
update.
update.
I mean, it's old.
It is
and-
old.
Yeah, so this is a new plan.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And we didn't need any more resources to do that as well. Financial resources.
And then 50 is implement community responder program. Tell us about that. I know this says fire, so it's out of the fire department.
Okay, so as part of the Reimagining Public Safety, as part of the county's Community Paramedics Initiative, we took to the, at the time, Public Safety Committee, a discussion of here are the concerns related to crime, cleanliness, and how, and the unfortunate issue of mental health that we are experiencing in drug use. How do we provide support that is needed for us to be more proactive rather than reactive? How do we have enough resources with the combination of both city and county efforts for us to go out and potentially prevent an issue from becoming actually a bigger issue? The Community Responder Program, after discussions with public safety, Taylor, Jones, it's like, well, we don't have enough resources now to be as proactive as I think the community wants us to be. Right now, we're being really reactive. So the Community Responder Program, with the fire department working principally on that, as well as potentially other departments in city government, they've been developing this initiative. It is not fully baked yet, but it is on its way, we hope. And the Environment and Safety Committee will be getting an update on where we are in the status of that, I think either in March or April of this month.
I have two questions about that. As we get closer in the baking process, because I would love for this to be, award-winning dish. How can we, I don't want to be over-approved, over-baked, but I am curious about how it compares to Durham's HEART program. Because I know they're looking at that like city, county, and when I think about like, we don't have the skills with behavioral health specialists and addressing the opioid crisis, those are like usually housed in the counties, and I think Durham's having that same conversation about how does a city provide a service the county does, and what we're looking at with transit is getting back to that duplication, right? So I guess I continue to have this question about why don't we move funds to collaborate with the county the way that, like, what if we do transit and they do this response, but we both collaborate, and collaboration looking like partnership with funding?
So I think it is still a matter of focus. That is, I think the county really does want to focus on the mental health and behavioral issues. I think
And
the city
substance.
wants, I'm sorry.
And substance.
And substance abuse, thank you. And what the city is needing is some of the more quality of life, how do businesses effectively avoid some of the crime and vagrancy and the other types of things that are happening downtown, who to call? And it just cannot be APD.
Right, and
And how
so
do
when we're talking
we-
about the bid, is that another duplication of the bid? So if the bid is gonna be like that,
The bid can help
visibility
fund it.
downtown and, is
Yeah.
that?
Right,
Well,
the bid can help fund.
Fund it.
Right.
Right.
So I guess because you mentioned the behavioral health aspect and the opioid aspect, if we're then, if someone's calling us or we're deploying a person who then has to deploy someone else, that's why I think if we look to see where Durham's getting some traction on understanding where the city and the county both fit together and collaborate, we wouldn't have to start from scratch on some of those things.
So we're not talking about two programs. We're talking about an initiative where we complement and help one another. We're gonna function as one. but there may be different emphasis in terms of what city fire department are doing and what county community paramedic staff are doing.
And I assume we're looking, I mean, there's existing models in our own community is launching an innovative model through the county's community paramedic program. In Durham County I believe Durham's the only municipality in Durham, and they have more enmeshed overlap than we do. I've noticed just, it's a consolidated governing system. So I've noticed they are able to leverage some, I mean, I think back in the day that wasn't necessarily as helpful. Cities were sort of in their lane and counties were in their lane, but now when we look at contemporary cities in North Carolina, we really need to work together so much because a lot of issues are happening in the city that the county function is supposed to serve, but it's a real challenge.
If I may chime in on this one item, because I think, and especially in light of what we've been hearing from business community and some of our business districts this week, when I think about how we're tackling our reduced staff, just our staff shortages, we seem to be outsourcing when possible, which I think is great, and I support. We seem to be partnering when possible, which I think is great. Examples are like this recent, I guess we talked about it at our agenda briefing, when we talked about the cleanup dollars and hazardous, biohazard stuff. And, Public Works remains one of our departments that's down like half staff. And so I see that as a stopgap solution, also an initiative we needed because we had this new issue of biohazard, but it's almost a stopgap solution for the lack of staff that we have in that department. We're doing it also in housing because we've lost our certain positions there, and so we're using consultants to help us continue the momentum and get the studies done. And so when I think of this, I'm thinking of the immediate needs of downtown and some of our business districts, and the immediate needs of some of our unhoused residents and those that are experiencing mental challenges. And to me, this is like a stopgap solution. Like, I want to say, hurry this along in some way. And I agree with Councilwoman Roney that we need to look for the overlaps and consolidate where we can. Like, the community paramedicine response unit is incredible. I think many of us have done ride-alongs. But they are county mostly funded, and they're all over the county. I mean, my ride-along, we were all over. It wasn't focused on some of where, the city, or even some of where our more, like downtown, is just like an active spot for some of these needs. So I want us to be, collaborative, but I think we need a stopgap service,
Like ASAP.
something. And maybe this is more like, I think we had an ARPA request from the chamber that was more like ambassadors. This reminds me a little bit of that. I see the private businesses doing some of this, hiring private security, hiring people to say, there's a restroom here and this is the shopping, just guidance downtown. And I think, if I recall, our police unit with the yellow jerseys that was downtown did a lot of that stuff by default. So that's part of what is missing. So I just want to echo support for this in light of especially what we've been hearing from the community this week. And I think that stopgap solution is a really good way to handle all these staff shortages. We're not going to be able to staff up. So, we can't just do nothing.
I don't really I don't see it as a stopgap. I mean, you're talking about using existing personnel in the fire department. Like, stopgap to me is do this until you can do some different thing permanently.
Well, I guess I'm kind of looking at that might be what happens. I don't know. I don't think we know, but.
I think we know. I think you're right.
Yeah, and I would love to think it's more people being added to the need than just our existing staff, but I assume that's also maybe what we'll realize.
Well, I mean, and I think that, the staffing issue, in conversation with the county, and that, they piloted the community paramedic program, and now they've fully funded it to staff it out. I think it'll triple the size. Their hurdle is staffing. They can't hire enough people to even fill yet the positions they've funded, as I understand it. I haven't had an update in the last month, but I think that's been, and that's just going, I mean, the same thing with their behavioral health emergency services, BHUC, they've now funded it to be back to a 24-hour facility. It came offline in March of 2019, but again, with the staffing issue, it's, you don't just snap your fingers after you write the check and it happens overnight. So it's, that continues to be a challenge. That's helpful, so more to come on that. I'm done with my questions on this last.
Well, thank you all. I know this was a lot, and we said we were going to be kind of talking at you. So we've got one more session on the budget, but we are going to take a break and turn it over to
Okay, how's
Nick.
that feel to hear about all that progress?
Good.
How's that feel? Keep pushing this boulder forward, inch by inch, and you know the nature of it. It's hard, hard work. So congratulations to all of you for your progress, for moving the boulder forward. All right, let's take a break, and let's call it 5 after. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes. That way you can check your devices and check in and all of that. We'll start back at 20 after. Yeah, let's do it. It's always a good day to hit the singing bowl. All right, welcome back. So we are going to continue our conversation, and I want to just keep pointing at this, the simple concept that you live and you're leading in. You're leading in a world of limited resources, which means going all the way back to yesterday, we talked about why retreat is making the tactical adjustments, including really tough decisions. What you say yes to and what you say no to is part of the skill. And that is a must because you live in a world of limited resources. It's tough, it's not going to feel good, but it must be done. All right, onward. Budget, funding, opportunities, risks, challenges.
Okay, I'm going to kick it off. I'm not going to say a whole lot other than we feel from a staff perspective that we've been doing much better at, again, keeping you all abreast of the budget process, where we are. In fact, we had public comment on February 28th about the budget process and community issues and concerns and needs. So what you will hear from Taylor Floyd and Tony McDowell with Finance and Budget Department is more emphasis on challenges, opportunities, some of the key things that we have heard from the organization in terms of organizational needs, and what we have assessed to date from the surveys from the community, what the issues and challenges are and what those needs are. We're not going to ask you for any decisions. This will be kind of a preview of things that we want you all to be thinking about as we go into a series of budget work sessions. In fact, I believe we may even have 2 in March. So there's going to be a lot of discussion and drilling down on the budget. This is kind of a high-level overview of what we feel are kind of some of the most important kind of issues and challenges and opportunities we want you all to think about. So I'm going to turn it over to Taylor from here.
Thank you, Deborah. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I will, much like our brief comments before the budget public comment at your council meeting, try to be brief since we are between you all and lunch, but also hope that we can be conversational as well. So I'm going to start it off here. Kind of where we're headed over the next few minutes. We'll talk a little bit about our budget process and priorities that guide that process. Tony is going to cover the revenue forecast, where we think we are now and what we're seeing for next fiscal year. And then we'll kind of go back and forth on the operating expenses and capital improvement. And then we'll wrap up with kind of where we're headed from here. So our key takeaways are, start with, council priorities and our community input are the things that we use to inform our budget process. On the revenue side, overall, things look positive. We continue to see revenue growth, which is a good situation to find ourselves in. We do have continuing challenges on the expense side around cost. Again, the cost of delivering services goes up every year. I think over the last few, it's been more significant than it has prior to that, but we are trying our best to deliver those services at an affordable cost. But as a result, our ability to fund new and expanded services will be limited. And we do want to mention, we have some really significant long-term capital needs that we are not going to be able to address within our existing resources. And, we've mentioned 2024 general obligation bond. That's kind of, where we think we may have get the resources to meet some of those needs. I won't go through this in detail. Mentioned this briefly again on Tuesday. But really where we are in the budget development process is the priorities. So we're trying to provide you all today with some financial context and hoping to get some clarity around what you all are expecting as we move forward towards next year.
Again, won't go over these in detail. Current priorities, again, we look to these as we're prioritizing requests from departments and other expansions of service. And I did want to mention just briefly, high level, some of what we have heard so far. I don't think any of the items listed there are a surprise as priorities that we've heard from the community for things that we should focus on. Again, some of that we heard in the public comments this Tuesday at council, and then the other items were included in some of our very brief review of the input to date from the survey. We'll bring some more detailed information on that once the survey is closed to you all at a future work session. And I think this is the last slide in the introduction, but always want to hit on these guiding principles, are making sure that we are delivering those core services that the community relies on us to deliver, delivering those services in an efficient and effective manner, and then making sure we're aligned with the new and existing goals that you all in the community have set for us, things that guide us through the budget process. So I'm going to hand it over to Tony.
All right. Do you want to just, so I don't have to come out?
I got you.
I'll say next slide. All right, great. So good morning, everybody. Tony McDowell, Finance Director. I'm going to go through the next few slides with you all, and really, I'd say the focus of these slides is going to be on the numbers for next year. And as Deborah mentioned, we've been doing quarterly updates with you all through the first part of this fiscal year, and so hopefully none of this will be a surprise to any of you all. We also presented a lot of the similar information to the department directors when they had their budget retreat a few weeks ago as well. And one of the themes we kind of talked about with them as we went through the numbers was, as you look forward to next year and kind of the future, you have to look back at last year, the past, to kind of understand where we're at now and also kind of where we're at this year. And I'll kind of walk through that with you all over the next few slides. So this first slide looks back to last fiscal year. So this is the fiscal year that ended on June 30th of 2021. It's the one where we have our most recent fully completed year with audit results and everything. And so what I would highlight to you all on this slide is a couple things. One is on the revenue side, we did better than we had projected. We came in about $5 million over or above our expectations. And on the expenditure side, we spent right at 98 to 99% of our budget spent and encumbered. And so for budget staff, that's a good result. That's what we want to see on the expense side, particularly because, again, you don't want to overspend your budget, obviously, but you don't want to set a budget that is so high that you turn in a lot of savings at the end of the year. And so when you look at the results from last year, the revenues versus expenses, we had revenues that exceeded expenses by about $6.7 million. So again, really good positive result from last fiscal year. And really, the main driver of that positive result was sales tax revenue. I think as you all know, next to property taxes, sales tax revenue is our second largest revenue source in the general fund. It's about 20% of our budget, and it was up almost 17% last year. And so we've had 2 consecutive years of sales tax growth in the 16 to 17% area, and that alone was really responsible for almost all the $5 million that we over-collected on the revenue side of the budget last year. So what does that mean in terms of fund balance? So if you go to the next slide, Taylor. So we started this fiscal year, I should say, with about $34.5 million in our fund balance. And I think, as you all know, we have a city policy of maintaining a fund balance level of 15% compared to our budget and our expenses. And so if you do the math on this slide and you take that $34.5 million divided by the budget number of 159, we are currently at about 22% in terms of what our fund balance level is. And so, and you'll see in some slides further on in the presentation, what that does is that provides us with some flexibility, we think, to utilize some of that fund balance as we go through and make decisions in the current budget process. Okay, so kind of looking ahead to next year, again, you all have heard from Taylor at the first 2 quarterly reports that we really think we're on budget this year for most of our revenues and expenses. And so just to kind of fast forward to next year, what are we looking at in terms of growth for our major revenue sources in the general fund? And again, that's property and sales tax revenue. For property taxes, right now we're projecting about a 2.1% increase for next year, which is in alignment with kind of the average trend over the last few years. We'll have some more information probably later this month from the Buncombe County Tax Department about what they are projecting, and we'll obviously go back and revise our assumptions at that point. On the sales tax side, we're projecting a 5% increase right now for next year. This year to date, we've gotten 5 months of sales tax revenue so far, and we're up about 10%. So we're continuing to do well on sales taxes, maybe not as well as we've done in the past couple of years. And then the most recent month we got, which was November, we were only up 2%. So there may be a little bit of softening there in terms of our revenue performance on the sales tax side. So we're going to continue to monitor that. If we see an opportunity to increase our estimates for next year, we certainly will, but we want to continue to monitor that over the next few months. I can go to the next one. So just quickly, and I think Taylor touched upon this at the Q2 report that he gave you all a few weeks ago. In our enterprise funds, most of the enterprise funds are on target for revenues for this year. The one we wanted to highlight, and again, we highlighted this a few weeks ago, was the parking garage revenue, which is performing much better this year than it has in the last couple of years. We think that it's going to come in near budget this year, which is the first time that's happened in a couple of years. And so that's really positive news for the parking fund and also its ability to support the transit fund as well. We will be bringing to the Policy, Finance, and HR Committee, I think it's in about a week and a half, I guess, on March 14th at your next meeting, a list of the recommended fee changes for next year. And the reason we mention that on this slide is because most of those fee changes are in our enterprise funds, particularly in water and stormwater. And so you'll be seeing those recommendations here in just a few weeks. And then they'll come before council for adoption either in late March or early April. And as we go through that process, obviously we will provide you all with information about what the cumulative impact of any fee changes might be on our customers. Next slide.
Can I make a comment about the sales tax real quick? I think the state of North Carolina rearranged or restricted how municipalities and even the public can get broken down bits of sales tax data, so you can't get it by zip code anymore. But I think that stopped in 2010, I want to say, but until that time, we were able to measure and map where the productivity of sales tax came in the city. And I'm just mentioning this to point out that the predominant amount, when we were able to track it, came from downtown. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. So just to quickly summarize on the revenue side, our financial management over the past couple of years and the strong sales tax growth have really put us in what I would call a positive financial position going into this current budget process. Staff right now is recommending that we think we could utilize up to $5 million out of that fund balance as we go through the budget process to fund hopefully some one-time items in the budget. And Taylor, I think, is going to talk about some of the opportunities there a little bit as he goes through his part. We are outside of the fund balance, just our kind of typical revenue growth between property and sales taxes. We're anticipating about $2.2 million right now in additional revenue in the general fund. But again, as we'll mention throughout, there's always a lot of economic uncertainty. Things could tick up and get slightly better, or sales taxes could slow down, which could obviously impact that number. So I think that's all I have on that slide. Any questions so far on the revenue piece?
Not a question so much as a concern. I think I'm just holding in mind that sales tax revenue did really well, but also property taxes. And a really strong case has been made by Urban 3 and Racial Justice Coalition around the extraction of property taxes from the neighborhoods most impacted by urban renewal and redlining. So like I think of South Side, Shiloh, Burton Street, Easton Valley. And I know that there is a conversation happening around investment in neighborhood plans for those neighborhoods as well. So that's just something I'm keeping in mind as we do well. Some neighborhoods are expecting that doing well to impact them in a material way.
Thank you for bringing that up, Kim.
Okay. Any other questions on that section? All right. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple more slides here, just a quick operating expense overview. And I think you all saw this slide at Taylor's presentation on Tuesday. So this is our total budget. For the current year, it's about $217 million, our total operating budget, I should say. It's not capital, just operating. And a big portion of that, 56%, goes to salary, wages, and benefits, a smaller percent to operating, and then about 15% to pay for capital and our ongoing debt payments. Again, this is all of our funds: general fund, water fund, stormwater, parking, all of them. If you looked at just the general fund, that salary and wage percent is a little bit larger. It's up around 60%. So you can go to the next one, Taylor. So just kind of quickly looking at our operating expenses, and I'm going to kind of kick this off with compensation and then pass it back to Taylor. So again, compensation is really one of the key. Sorry, was there a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there looked like there was a question, Councilmember Mosley. But okay. So on employee compensation, so again, we're a service-based organization. Staffing and its associated costs, and that's benefits, are the most critical resources needed to deliver our services and achieve our goals. And as a result of that, we need to have a competitive compensation package to be able to recruit and retain high-quality employees throughout the organization. And I think that has been one of our challenges in the past few years as the market for salaries has gone up. It's gotten harder and harder for us to compete as an organization. So, but we have made some investments to kind of help get us to a better place in terms of our competitiveness in the compensation market. Sorry, I struggled through that one, didn't I? So just want to show you all quickly kind of the last 2 years, and that's really what I want to draw you all's attention to. So council's made some significant investments in our salaries in the past few years. In 2022, that was the year that we implemented the Archer compensation study, and so there was a significant investment there. And again, this year in our budget as well, as we did the 5% increase, and we brought the minimum up to $36,816 and did those compression adjustments associated with that. And so you can see really compared to previous years, we've really made some significant investments in the last 2 years in our people.
Clarify what we're looking at on this slide. This isn't when council votes and says, provide staff with a 6% raise. This is the actual dollars spent on salaries out of the general fund.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that dip in FY '21 is due to COVID.
Yes, that was the year that we.
I mean, we literally had less employees.
Yeah, we know. We didn't make any adjustments. We held some positions vacant, all that in 2021 because of COVID. Yes, ma'am. So again, current compensation cost drivers, as I mentioned, just maintaining a competitive salary and wage package. The adjustments we made this year related to the living wage and also those compression adjustments. And these are some of the things that are impacting our costs for next year. Another one that we would want to highlight to you all is we've had a SAFER grant, which has helped us expand the fire department staffing. That grant has been paying for a portion of some firefighter salaries over the last few years. That grant's going away next year, so that's adding additional cost to the general fund. We've not increased the city's contribution to our healthcare program for the last 5 years. We've had really good results from our claims, but we have reached the point after 5 years that we do need to invest more money to keep up with cost in our healthcare program. And then I think as you all have gotten used to, as we have over the past, I would say 5 to 7 years, the state is increasing our contribution, all local government contributions to the retirement system once again next year. And I think, Taylor, that might be my last slide.
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about some of the challenges and opportunities we have as it relates to compensation. Starting out with, I think as you all are aware, Vicki Meath from Just Economics spoke at the budget public comment on Tuesday and mentioned this, that they were going to have some information out. That came out, I think, maybe the next day, but this is directly quoted from their website on what their policy or recommendation is as it relates to living wage. So one of the pieces, a significant piece of the budget conversation this year will be kind of what we decide to do as it relates to making adjustments to a living wage and what we're paying. Some other things that additional items I'll say that we're looking at. One is differential salary increases. So again, trying to target some of what those changes are that we make to compensation to reflect where we're struggling to retain folks the most. Making either new or additional pays for like advanced certifications when our employees get additional training and are able to do more and higher level work. increasing our night shift and on-call pay, also looking at wellness incentives, signing bonuses to attract new folks, and then really trying to provide some opportunities for people to grow with the organization through some career ladders in specific places where that makes sense. So to summarize, one thing, and I think this has sort of been discussed briefly, we have made some compression adjustments, or significant compression adjustments, I should say, in the current year. And one thing we want to make sure that we don't do is kind of undo that work by bringing up the bottom of our pay structure without kind of letting that flow through the rest of the organization. We will continue to look at the recommendations from the Archer compensation study that Tony mentioned earlier and continue to implement those. One thing is, making sure that, yes, we need to attract new folks, but we also want to make sure that we're retaining the folks that we have. Of course, when people leave the organization, that's costly because then we have to go find new people to fill those slots, train those people up. So if we can keep folks, that's ideal. And then our recommendations will be made that, again, will hopefully maintain or expand our ability to attract and retain a talented workforce. Any questions on compensation?
Just a quick one.
Go for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't actually see. Go ahead.
The strategies list, can we go back to that? I was trying to look at what other cities, especially North Carolina, are doing. And this is hard because it means you have to contract on what your to-do list is. But what cities might be looking at, instead of a broader staff, is a deeper staff with that retention? I don't see on the list closing off any vacancies to allow us to do this kind of recruitment and retention. But I know it's a hard conversation some cities are having.
You're saying
For example, if you
eliminate-
have 60
eliminate?
vacancies in public works, are there 5 positions that need to be frozen so that we can pay people more?
Well, we're not fully funding it. I mean, maybe you can speak to that.
Sure, yeah. Mayor, that's correct. In the current year, we have a number of vacancies we knew we wouldn't be able to fill in the police department. And this is a little confusing to say, I guess, but we budgeted vacancies there. So, which means we actually didn't budget dollars to pay people that we knew we weren't going to be able to hire up. We will certainly be looking at where we may need to do that again in the current or for next fiscal year based off where folks think they're going to be from a hiring perspective. We have not had any detailed discussions about kind of holding, I think, or eliminating positions or holding positions vacant purposefully, again, like we did during COVID, where we were unsure that we were going to have the resources to pay folks, but that's certainly something that we can look at.
My only comment was about the living wage, because I know we're always trying to chase that. And I've been working with other organizations on a similar challenge, but there are other living wage programs out there. I know we have one that's nested here in Buncombe County and has been very successful and, copied across the United States. But there are other ones, and I think there was one from up north that was more specific to governments and including things like the benefit packages. Because I know, some changes to that living wage program in recent years just kind of removed the value of benefits and health care. And I'm not, not all programs are like that. So I'm just wondering if we need to, as we look into that, if we need to broaden our scope of what other certification programs look like.
I will add that you can't pay for your mortgage or your rent with benefits. And I do have some concern because it's based on the cost of housing, that I see Buncombe's taking a small step. If we don't take a step, then we're going to be further and further behind in years ahead as the cost of housing goes up. And part of retention is being able for people to live here and commute here. So I know that I understand that there's wanting our benefits to count, just you can't pay for your housing with your benefits.
Sure, and I guess the last thought is that, that brings up a conversation we may have to face a philosophical decision on, which is, do we try and bring up the lowest as much as possible and accept that some compression may happen?
No, I mean, we haven't historically done that.
No, that's what I mean, but that might be the discussion we're facing here.
Well,
We'll see. We're just, I
and
can see it building.
I think we're gonna need to get numbers.
Yeah.
So we know, I mean, I'm looking at you, Taylor, but like, I just really mean, that we will need to know, where we're at now versus if we go to, Buncombe County said 18. Well, what does that look like if we say 18? What does it look like if we say 20, and I'm forgetting the cents amount, 10? What is that? And then with compression, I mean, so I don't, anyway, that's at least what I would be.
Yeah, it's too early to really say. I
Well, I
can
don't know.
kind of
It's-
hear this conversation queuing up.
Yeah, I don't know that it's too early, because this is always, I think has become a pretty, I think the earlier we can get this one out there and figure out what those numbers are, the better.
And it is an annual thing that we do every year related to living wage. I also, since we went back to this slide, I'm sorry, can you go back to the differential salary increases? And I want to truly, I don't know if you heard what Taylor was saying in terms of, this is, the broader organization employees may get 4%. Another department, because we're having such huge recruitment issues, may get more.
And you just said 4%, but just for the press,
yes,
that is a
please.
hypothetical.
That's a
You're just
hypothetical.
trying to say, for example.
For
You would
example.
we've got public safety, police vacancies that are going to take some aggressive salary movement, and maybe in public works and other identified places where we're having trouble, that you may see a differential.
Yeah, I think this is certainly a key piece, again, of the budget conversation, because the budget impact of these decisions are probably the most, again, impactful on how we use those limited resources. So we'll certainly be bringing more and more detailed information at future work sessions. Any other questions on compensation?
I do, but it's not exactly in keeping with what we've been discussing. When we talk about employee recruitment and retention, at what point do we discuss the possibility of the creation of a new role? What I'm thinking of in particular, Deborah, would be a public information officer for water in particular, or something like that. When is the appropriate time to have those discussions? Okay.
If that's a concern, and definitely as part of our work session, I'm sorry. As part of our work sessions, or if you want to give us some direction now, we're more than happy to receive it.
It was just an idea I had, and I didn't know how far along the line we have that discussion.
I'll echo.
Well, the only thing I would add to that, though, they do have folks doing communications and water, because we see it, when we get our pamphlets but in the context of the water crisis, I think we're going to see the working group to give us some recommendations around that, so.
So my concern about that was, what if the recommendations come down the road once we're out of the budgetary period?
It's probably, let's see, we started in February. It'll be May before we get, but we will get something, I believe.
Yeah.
Should be getting something in
At your
30 to
second
45 days.
Second meeting in March, you'll get an initial update with final recommendations in May. And I'm going to look at Taylor.
Ben, you'll be able to kind of bird dog that, like if we need to put something in the budget
Yeah.
to respond to that.
I think Taylor can answer that. I've had some initial discussions with Taylor about what that could look like.
Yeah,
So to put Taylor on the spot.
Totally fine. I think right now what we're considering is, we know we generally do a fee increase, incremental annual fee increases in water. What we are likely to do, and again, I think up for change, is, we have some investments that they need to make just to continue their service delivery right now. I think we want to, make sure that we provide an opportunity for whatever the independent commission recommends, that we're able to address those as quickly as possible. So what that may mean is that we kind of message to you all what we think that standard rate increase would look like, but perhaps it doesn't get adopted along with all of the other fees and charges, which we typically do early so that we can communicate that to the community before those changes go into effect. So it just may be a slight delay in when those changes get made, so that, again, if the commission's recommending something that we can fund in next year's budget, we, again, have the space to have that conversation and get feedback from you all. All right, so moving on to other operating, so essentially not employee-related costs. Again, this is kind of a place where we see increases, incremental, some more incremental than others, every year. One place we're seeing having some pretty significant challenges in the current year is around our fleet maintenance. The cost of parts, partially due to inflation, lingering supply chain issues, has gone up pretty substantially, and the cost of repairs, because the folks that do that type of work are in high demand, has also gone up pretty significantly. So we're seeing some big increases there. We also usually try to incrementally grow our contribution to our capital program every year, so that's going up. And then we have kind of, again, just like other folks, right? Like we incrementally increase our fees. Buncombe County does the same thing often. So we see tipping fees at the landfill going up. You know, Buncombe County's costs, again, are going up similar to ours. So those services we rely on them to provide, like tax collection and 911, likely to go up as well. And then we have some contracts that just have built-in increases, including our recycling collection and disposal. So shifting over kind of on that challenges and opportunities conversation, and this is not an all-inclusive list of our challenges and opportunities, but just a few examples to provide. One that, you know, continues to be a high priority, I think, for you all and for the community, is transit service. Again, much like that recycling contract, the cost to provide our existing service goes up incrementally with the management contract. So there will be an additional cost related to that. There's also, because that contract expires in 2025, in next fiscal year, one thing that we will need is some support in developing a new RFP and the solicitation around that contract. So similar to what we did with the current contract, we had a consultant come in and help us with that, because having that specific expertise is valuable in those conversations. Another thing that I think has also, was brought up at the budget public comment were those previously planned service enhancements, extending evening hours and frequency in some of the South Asheville routes that we were unable to implement. I believe that was actually 2 budget cycles ago that we initially budgeted that. So looking at opportunities to bring that back. And then again, as has been mentioned, that city-county joint planning effort to identify both kind of what service delivery needs are and where we have opportunities for longer-term funding that doesn't exclusively rely on essentially general fund and parking fund revenues. A few other, again, just examples of where we have some opportunities to continue to further some of our work. I think, as you've all heard, the Municipal Climate Action Plan on the organizational work plan, one of the recommendations from that was to undertake a solid waste master plan. So an opportunity there, one time, a place we could potentially use that fund balance available, that we have available to address that. Another one, again, the GAP plan recommended some additional staffing to improve our coordination for capital projects, making sure that we're compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And then, and again, I think this was mentioned as well, some opportunities to look at how do we meet multiple department needs, potentially with some consolidation of resources, whether that's kind of grants management related, capital asset management, and that's really around GIS system mapping for infrastructure, getting the data that we need to inform that capital planning work, And then facilities, grounds, parks, maintenance. Again, looking at all of those, we've had some requests from departments around those things from multiple departments. So just kind of looking at how we can meet and address some of those needs across the organization instead of individually for departments. So kind of wrapping up, again, we just see cost increases typically every year. I think the last few, again, with inflation and supply chain issues from the pandemic, we're still seeing that a little more so than I think we would in what I'll call, I guess, typical times. And then as we're looking forward and bringing information to you all through the rest of the budget process, we'll be prioritizing new investments based off of that work plan that you all went over earlier, and of course the priorities that you set, and then really looking to target those one-time investments that we can utilize that fund balance for to meet some organization-wide needs. Questions on that piece before we go to capital?
I have two, or just kind of two thoughts. One around just wanting to connect the dots between the increase in tipping fees at the landfill and kind of the movement towards a solid waste plan that's recommended in the climate action plan. What this really distills to is we only have one place to take our garbage right now, and it's the county landfill, and it's filling up quickly. And I would think it's safe to say we will never site a new landfill in Buncombe County, which means when that thing fills, we are gonna see astronomical increases for every resident to dispose of their waste. So now is a really good time for us to partner with the county when we're looking at our solid waste master plan to make sure that we aren't doing that just from what it means for us to collect the waste, but where it goes. Does that look like alternatives like composting? What is reasonable in the recycling market? Things of those nature. Now is the time to really get ahead of it, because garbage collection is a front door service. It touches every front door in our community. It is a core city service, and we're really looking at expenses that will escalate if we don't do some big thinking early. So I'm excited to see that. And given that some of the planning is a one-time expense, I think that gives us an opportunity. The other place is glad to see that we're looking at the transit expansions for both the South 3 and South 6 service. That's been such a need for such a long time for so many of our people. And as growth continues to happen pretty fast in the south side of our town, that to me, again, is another core city service. That is public service at its finest. That is what we all chip in taxes to do, is to provide services for the community. So excited to see those and get into the real detail of those items as we get into the budget process further.
If I could add the evening service, because 30% of our routes end at or before 7:30. So I know that South Asheville, South 3, S6, those routes are every 90 minutes for anyone who's paying attention to this conversation, which makes it really hard to rely on when you're getting to and from doctor's appointments and picking up your kids and getting groceries. But the evening service too, folks can't rely on the bus getting back home, then it's hard for them to rely on the bus getting to where they're going. So it's evening as well.
I think what I'm sensing is there's a little bit of a desire to sort of everyone kind of platform right now, and I'm trying to figure out, I think we're going to, so I think that's after lunch, right? I mean, in terms of setting goals. Because whenever I hear statements like this, I'm like, well, does that mean I don't care because I didn't say something? So I just want to make sure I understand I think we're going to be able to get into that.
Okay, so moving on to our capital improvement program. Again, I think this is a list that we shared with you all at the December capital work session that we had. This list represents the currently planned projects in the most recent CIP. So it does not include projects that were adopted in the current year for FY23. So this is 4 years worth of capital projects, essentially. And the ones that are italicized in blue are items that are substantially upgraded or new facilities. And I think the main takeaway is that while this appears to be a lengthy list, it does not provide a lot of opportunity for us to, again, meet all of the needs that we've identified, all of the capital needs that we've identified. So I think we are looking to, opportunities to expand this, again, likely through a general obligation bond referendum or referenda.
Was that, I'm trying to figure out what this list is. Is this just maintenance, what are considered maintenance?
This is everything that's in our current plan.
Well,
Correct.
I mean, I can rattle off a ton of projects that aren't on this list, so help me understand what I'm,
So not active projects, these are future projects.
future, okay, hasn't even started,
Yeah,
okay. Thanks.
or later. One, again, that we've mentioned that we will be looking to add some funding to in the next fiscal year is the municipal building. Again, we've gone over this, so I won't hit every single point on this slide, but just to say that there are some significant, just basic maintenance needs in that building. There's, kind of a range of opportunities for how we approach that financially speaking, or how much we put towards those projects, but that does need to move quickly so that we can continue to provide the services that are being provided in that facility. Another significant change that you all approved in February were the I-26 Aesthetics Committee recommendations. This one's a little farther out. We will not need funding for this until FY27, but it will still be a pretty significant impact in our capital plan at a cost of just under $6 million.
We will look for funding partners on this. You're just giving us the full sticker price as if we were going to pay for this, but that's not likely to be how that works.
We will certainly look
I know, you're the money guy, but I mean, in terms of, you're not.
If I recall, their confidence was high.
The confidence was high.
And then lastly, again, as you all are well aware, continuing discussions around investments in McCormick Field. That will also have a significant impact on our capital planning, are likely to result in some additional resources going towards our capital program overall. And again, a decision forthcoming on that. So kind of summarizing before, again, transitioning to those challenges and opportunities, really what we're looking to do is develop a plan that considers our long-term needs. So what are both those basic maintenance needs that we have just to continue to deliver services, and also where do we have strategic opportunities to invest in upgraded or expanded facilities to meet goals. Our current capacity to fund projects outside of what is already existing is limited, again, especially with those kind of adds, those 3 projects. I'll preview that, again, there's not likely to be a lot of other new additional things in the capital improvement program that we bring to you all as part of the budget. And then, of course, that McCormick Field decision is imminent. So that's kind of our summary on that. So looking again to challenges and opportunities, did want to mention the comprehensive facility study, currently working on a sustainability analysis and a capital predictor. And really what that is kind of a tool that takes all of the information that has been gathered through the facility condition assessment and using that to create some plans that give us some clarity around how much we might need and what we would be able to accomplish. That will kind of start that capital planning and decision packaging again, where we'll be able to deliver to you all some pretty detailed information around what type of investment will yield what result, and hoping to bring that full plan to council by the fall of this calendar year. Back to transit service for a moment. Again, as I think you all are aware, we have some challenges with bus procurement. And what that means from a service perspective is, it really makes it challenging to maintain our existing service because we have older buses that we're relying on. So, of course, those buses break down more, which just limits our ability to really expand the service or even, create challenges for us maintaining that service. You also may recall from last year's council retreat, we spent a lot more time talking about maintenance needs, facility maintenance needs, and one of the examples that was brought up was the transit maintenance facility. It's really past its useful life and needs to be replaced and likely expanded. So again, that's going to be a really critical piece to any consideration of expanding transit service moving forward.
Are there opportunities for federal funding? I don't know if anyone in this room knows, but I'd be interested to know if there were opportunities there for.
Yes, I think that is definitely the case. I think this is probably something that will be a key part of that future planning effort with the county to figure out. I mean, even just trying to decide where it needs to be, I think is a key piece of this conversation. But certainly, again, with other, as we would with any other capital project, we'll look for external funding sources to help us fund these. So another example I want to give is, we were able to do a lot of really good work on repaving with the 2016 GEO bonds. The biggest piece of the 3 referenda was for transportation, and a big chunk of that 32 million, looking at Tony for, went to repaving, which was great and helped improve the way we kind of score those is with a pavement condition rating. And you can see in 2015 at 59, a lot of that money on repaving, GEO bond, additional funding was spent by 2019. So we did see that score grow up pretty significantly. Unfortunately, without that continued additional funding, it's gone back down to pretty close to where we were before we started. What we've heard from our staff in Public Works is that they think somewhere around $7 to $8 million a year would be needed to maintain our current rating of 60, which I do want to point out would be considered a poor rating for the overall network. So ideally, we would be, not just maintaining our current rating, but improving it. And what we have allocated annually moving forward for repaving is between $3.2 and $3.6 million annually. So again, pretty significant need there. And lastly, I want to mention that kind of where would we want to be in a perfect world is a rating. Again, this is like the whole network combined rating of 80, which is pretty far from 60. So a lot of work to be done there. So wrapping up, again, simply we just need additional resources to maintain our existing facilities and infrastructure. We are doing work through the facilities, the comprehensive facility study and other work to prioritize and plan what those investments need to be. And we'll be bringing more information to you all. We think the big opportunity, again, here is a 2024 GEO bond, likely multiple referenda. Any questions on that?
I just have a question on the aesthetics. I know we have allocated $5.89 million toward that project, but I was just wondering, we're looking at it actually coming online somewhere between 24 and 27, and I know that the expenses of everything at that time will probably exceed that amount. How do we address that?
So I will say one benefit to the way that this is structured is since this is a DOT project and we are essentially, pledging that amount for the things that the aesthetic committee recommended. When DOT goes under contract, I believe in October, they kind of we'll be locked in at that cost. So that's our commitment. And if the actual project itself, or those pieces of the project, I should say, end up costing, $7 million, $10 million, whatever it is, that's all we're on the hook for. So it's actually
DOT makes a difference.
They will be
Correct.
different, okay.
So in this instance, the escalating costs that we generally see for capital projects is not going to be impactful for us anyway, from a financial perspective.
Yet the list of what we're gonna receive won't be eroded. So
Right.
the list will be there. If there's overage, that'll be on DOT.
Right.
Thanks.
I have a question about the, can you send us some more information later about the repaving score? The lists that are involved? I feel like you're referring to like a document that I would love to have some more understanding around, especially because DOT is working on that carbon reduction on ways that we commute. And I wonder if there's a way that we can leverage state or federal funding to address some of our repaving needs. It would help me to know how that scoring works in the list of projects.
So you're asking essentially how we're deciding which roads are getting repaved in what order? Am I understanding
Yeah, and how the
correctly?
scoring worked. You said 60 was bad, the goal is 80. Where are we at? How do we stay? How do we maintain? Like when you have the dollar list up there, what projects did you have in mind? Or some sort of like how you get to those numbers would be helpful.
Sure, yeah, we can certainly provide that. And I think we will revisit capital at one of the later work sessions, and I think that'd be a great opportunity to do that.
Taylor, so we have road and sidewalk key indicators, I guess is what you'd call them. Do we have one for water systems? Is there like a water system rating we're maintaining, is that?
I don't know that there's like a structured way that
Yeah.
it's done in the same way that it is for
Right.
like a pavement condition rating.
But there's not for governments?
I'm not sure, but we can
It'd
find
be an
out.
interesting one.
Yeah.
League of Municipalities.
Sage, you're meaning like specifically for the maintenance of the infrastructure?
Yeah, because what Kim is pointing out is that there's actually a way, there's a system, there's a metric for determining your pavement condition ratio, I think, a rating. And there's some for streets, there's some that are existing models.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if there is one for water infrastructure.
I think one of the key ones is the loss rate, so the
Well, that
amount.
we know is horrible.
Right, so-
But maybe not,
Yeah.
not the same as what I mean, but yeah.
Well, I think the loss rate is, just to contextualize it, it is inevitable for a mountain system. I think it's relative, so you'd have to determine, are you,
Right.
within the acceptable.
Well, and to be more clear, like the pavement conditions thing is like, you have sidewalks that you installed 19 years ago, they've become broken, and now they're rated as a 60. You have new sidewalks coming in, they're 2 years old, they're rated at 100. Like, that's an actual metric. So the water, and it tells you when to program in the repairs and how often and such, which is why they're able to quantify it. But I wonder if there's something out there for water systems.
I do think one piece of that, and again, it gets back to something that I mentioned earlier around asset management, and it's, really making sure that we have quality data around like our system, where it is, how old it is, where we're seeing breaks, that kind of stuff. And I think water actually does have a pretty good handle on that. We have some other places like our stormwater infrastructure where we have a lot of work to do. So that's one of the things that we've identified as kind of a citywide need.
It makes me think like, the work plan of the 51 items. If there were one about water, I bet the community would love to see it.
Any other questions? I think I only have one more slide. So kind of thinking about next steps and moving forward, we have 3 work sessions scheduled right now with you all, March 14th, March 28th, and then April 11th. We will be bringing those fees and charges for adoption at council at your March 28th meeting. They will go before that, again, on March 14th, to the Policy, Finance, and HR Committee. Sorry, I always have to make sure I say all of those words. After April 11th, we will frantically work to put together a budget document, and we'll present the manager's recommended budget to City Council at May 9th. We do still have to have the statutorily required budget public hearing, even though we had our public comment. That'll be on the 23rd, and with adoption scheduled for the first meeting in June.
I think that statutorily required public hearing has to be within 30 days of the adoption of the budget? Like, it can't be outside of that?
It has to be after the manager has actually presented the full budget, and obviously before the deadline, which is July 1st, we have to have an adopted budget.
This doesn't have the date for, yes, so that would be okay, May 9th is the manager's budget.
Well, appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all today. And as you can see, you'll be hearing much more from us over the next few months.
Done, detailed conversation. You're out in front of your budgeting process, if I'm tracking along properly. Still a lot of work to do and a lot of really, really tough decisions to make. But that's the gig, okay? That's the gig. All right, let's eat, reset. We'll call it 15 past. 15 past. We'll call it 15 past, so I want you to have 30 minutes to breathe, reset, because the work we're going to do after lunch, where we're going to start getting very specific about, for each of the priorities, what does a goal statement look like? What does progress look like in the next 12 months? All right, so let's eat, and we'll start back at 45 past the hour. All right, here we are. And we are now rounding the corner. You're doing great. You're dug in, you're focused, piece by piece working through every discussion that we committed to have. We are now about to begin discussion number 7, priorities and goal setting. This, in my mind, is one of the most important conversations we're having these 2 days. Because you get to lay down, you get to share your perspective, you get to help shape how we're going to move these priorities forward, given all of the alignment that we have. Working from the basic concept, focusing on the internal adjustments, these tough choices for us to continue to tactically make adjustments that allow us to get more of the outcomes you're interested in getting for this community. So now we're going to shift our conversation down to the actual outcomes. So for the next 12 months, while we've got stability and focus and some level of alignment on what are the priorities, we want to make sure that we take it to a more precise level. What are the outcomes for the next 12 months? Specific goals that we must set and achieve in order to measurably push each of the 6 priorities forward. Your opportunity to say, this is what I think progress looks like. A few times this week we've talked about the difference between just kind of saying this is important, just kind of even agreeing this is important as a priority versus actually getting it done. In other words, getting progress done. This is your chance to shape that in a very precise way. Set some targets. Your aim is about to get better. Just by setting a target alone improves your aim. Here are your priorities. You know them well. First thing I have to ask about, I think I know how this is going to go, but I have to ask it. Is everybody still committed that these priorities are the priorities? I have to at least ask. All right, I'll take that as a yes, which means we can now dig in. All right, so here's how.
I would love to see if, so I feel really grateful to join a council that has clear vision towards things that I also care about, and it's just really reinforced from talking to so many folks on the campaign trail that we're headed in a good direction. And as kind of the new person to the team, there is one place that I'd be curious what the team thinks about kind of expanding or adding or docking in, just the lens of how addressing climate change and our environmental strategies, I don't see clearly articulated here. And I think that, going through all of the work plan priorities that staff is working on, the 8 focus areas we have, it's clearly so much part of what we do and our core city services. But I just would wonder if other folks would see that making sense to maybe bring it into the neighborhood resilience area. Or I know that through our committee structure, we've kind of drawn a connection between public safety and environment. I could see climate nestling in with either of those areas, but I know that we want to dig into goals, but I appreciate the opportunity as the one new person to bring what I've been hearing a lot in the community as kind of the new representative. So what do folks think about that possibility?
I appreciate it, actually. I'm glad you mentioned it because I think when you announced running, it was the first thing I thought. I was like, great. I mean, we have these goals around environment and climate change, but we're not tackling them or talking about them very much. They're not making our priorities. We need that lead voice. So I was thrilled that when you ran and both when you were elected because of that. So I would support you, whether it's layering in that or into another item or if it's adding another one. But I do appreciate that we have you on board for those items. And the white paper sounded good yesterday, too.
When we did the neighborhood resilience last year, the goals that were chatted into those Post-it notes that we used were supporting our climate justice initiative, resource map and facilities assessment, participatory budgeting, urban forestry and master plan, food systems and security, stormwater mitigation, waste management and composting, and resilience hubs. So those were the things that we had talked about when we had our small group. It was Shanika, Sage, and I. So it's not that they're not explicitly suggested, if we need to be more explicit in where they land. But these are, climate justice initiative was buried in, or married in with neighborhood resilience.
Others?
I only have one more thing to add. When we look at neighborhood resilience, I want to champion that we have a neighborhood we don't frequently mention. So we have neighborhood communities and we talk about them and areas of the city and stuff, but we rarely do we discuss downtown as a neighborhood. And I want to just say, I believe downtown is a neighborhood. And when I see neighborhood resilience, I think the resilience of downtown is under that. It's everybody's neighborhood.
Yeah.
Can I get some clarity on what we're doing right now? So we've got like a 2-hour block on here, and it says identify any changes to current priorities if necessary, establish and align on goal statements for each priority.
Right, so we're in step 1. So before, of course, we can do the work to get specific, create goals and targets for each of the 6, we have to make sure that there aren't any recommended changes to the 6.
Okay,
Once we get alignment that the 6 are the 6,
And that's where I
then we
was.
will dig into the very specific work of goal setting.
Okay, and I apologize, Maggie,
So, you want me to?
yes.
Yeah, so
could you say-
kind of where I was saying again is the new person, I see that if, and then hearing, Kim sharing a little bit about when y'all had talked about neighborhood resilience, things that I would agree with around climate seem like they nestle into there. And I feel like that takes a lot of conversation to learn. And so I would suggest that we, add the word climate into either item number 4 or number 5. I think, the climate and neighborhood resilience would be the first place I'd look, hearing that that's where some of
Well-
the intention had been.
But some of your neighborhood resilience items aren't necessarily climate, but lots, in the Venn diagram.
And they weren't just mine, but they were just like in those, I don't know if staff had alongside with our priorities, like a list of how we got to those priorities. Like
did
core
flesh that
services
out.
was really broad. But maybe we could.
So whether adding a 7th, I'm open to that too. I just would love
Well,
to see some support.
and I'm trying to remember because we had more than these 6. We had this big list. In fact, we had one, I think that was, if I want to say, there was one called environment. So, what did we do? We voted, right? Did we vote? Because I'm trying to remember. And we did, we collapsed some of them.
And I thought it would have under neighborhood resilience, like Kim said.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not saying I don't agree.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember so.
And as the new person seeing this, without the context of that history, none of that comes through reading this.
Sure,
And then the
yeah.
public doesn't see it come through, even though it's part of the iterations that y'all have had in the past.
Yeah, and for that matter, not to complicate this conversation, but as someone who's got to kind of go out to the community and constantly present where we're at as a council and what we're doing, I actually have shied away from using these priorities because I think when you look at them, they don't really reflect what we're now calling focus areas, but might not really be called focus areas, because the focus areas are comprehensive.
Right.
If you look at the focus areas, you can pretty much think of anything a city traditionally does or is progressively doing, and it falls in a focus area. This list is kind of, I feel like, a kind of more of a temporary, like work list that could fluctuate year to year, right? That comes under those focus areas. So they're very unsatisfying in terms of their titles to me because I don't think they paint a correct picture of all that a city does, which is not the intention, I don't think. I don't know exactly what the intention is with this list, other than for the council to have sort of signaled to the staff where we want you to concentrate your efforts above and beyond everyday services.
Yeah, so it doesn't, so think about the basic concept of focus. So the list isn't suggesting this is the only thing we're moving forward. The list is suggesting these are the most important things we're moving forward for this specified period of time, and we want to devote additional focus and attention to these 6. Is that accurate?
It
So you
also,
have a lot
I
of
just,
flexibility to change it year to year.
I have been using this because I felt like it was a way to own the we that we walked away from in the retreat last year. Even though it seemed like imperfect, these were the buckets that we were going to use to carry the work in. And so I found a way to like own and say, this is the work we agreed to as a body. And so help me and community find ways to use these buckets.
Very good, very good. And what I would continue to attach to this, you have a long list of stuff that is not part of this list. But in leading in a world of limited resources, we cannot do all things. And it's hard, but we cannot be all things to all people at all times. So to be able to focus in, that's important, and that's you leading. Because for example, if you go to the community and somebody says, well, how come my whatever is most important to me isn't on the list? And you go, okay, well, we'll add it to the list. And then you go to the next community meeting and say, well, how come the thing that's most important to me isn't on the list? And then you add it to the list. And if everything is a focus, then how's the rest of that sentence go? Then nothing is a focus.
If I may, though, I'm looking at this list of the 51, and there are a few things on there under clean and healthy environment, which is one of our 8 focus points, not to confuse everybody on our list. But I do wonder if a simple clean and healthy environment could fit up there, because there are already, I'm not saying add more initiatives, there are already initiatives under that title. And I also think the community's outcry right now is around cleanliness. And I wonder if clean and healthy environment does make sense to add.
Well, let's think about it from the flip side. So if you add something that you say you're going to focus more time, attention, and resources on, does that mean one of the 6 you're going to spend less time, attention, and resources on?
Well, I think that is more of a semantics. I mean, the reason we did expand core services was to encompass cleanliness. So you're wanting to take a focus area and move it onto a.
I'm just trying to address what I think Maggie is bringing up, and she's right, that I think the community is looking for more of what they're feeling right now to be in these topics, and they may not get that from core service, and maybe that means we educate them on what core service is. But I also don't think it would be too hard, and I'm not suggesting we add new activities. I'm saying that on their current work plan, there are already activities listed under that focus strategy. I mean, it may just be that simple. I'm not saying here's 10 more things to do under it. I'm saying we're doing it. It's recognized in the community as a void, or it feels as a void, even if it's not. Maybe it makes the list.
So what about this? I mean, I think one of the things I struggle with is that we have this list and this list and this list, and they're not presented in a way to anybody who hasn't sat in these 2 days can make sense of. Whereas there are folks, like the county presents it all in one graphic. So you get, oh, you have these 8 focus areas, and then you have a list under that. And I think we're going to talk about goals, which is, I'm not sure how that's different necessarily from this, but maybe it is, because it's more fleshing these out. But maybe we're struggling to how to tell the story, so in a way that makes sense to people.
It's a couple of thoughts. One, I appreciate kind of where you were going, Sage. Again, like, I know that if we add lists, add numbers ad nauseum, that takes things out of focus. Where I'm just kind of bringing up is that I hear a lot of folks not understand what neighborhood resilience means, from the community side to the staff side to other policymakers. And as someone, like, resilience is a pretty technical term in my world of climate world, and I think that dubbing climate tacking it onto it might help some of that clarity. So that's kind of some of the thought, whether it's there or not. Whether it's an item 4 or 5, but I think 4 would be the most appropriate. The other thought, though, that I'm hearing you bring up, which kind of changes some of the way we've been setting up today, is there really value in us having a distinction between the 8 focus areas and then these 6? Or is the goal setting that we need to do today around the 8 focus areas? I know that backs
Yeah,
up, but
so
they're
That's a
similar.
whole different can of worms, because the focus areas, as I understand them, are a longer-term play and much more comprehensive. This is a window that you have for 12-month intervals.
Well, and you're not saying change the focus areas.
No, she's
No.
saying make goals around that, as opposed to make goals around what you have decided
Yeah, and that was
previously.
just me trying to see if, hearing the confusion, Esther, from
Yeah.
the different layers of the framework.
I don't want to get stuck right here, even though I think it's a beneficial conversation. So can we have Kim read that list over again? And so we can get the intention of the conversation?
The only thing I would say about your list, Kim, is you all had a list that you did in your group, but then I thought we had a conversation with the whole council about
Yes.
it. And we refined it.
Yes.
And by the way, you had it with a council that didn't include your newly elected person, so just,
No,
you know.
but I'm just saying, I'd like to know how the list as we finalized it, not, I mean, not that it's not valuable to know what came out of the small group, but I thought we spent some time finalizing that.
Yeah, I think mostly I was just trying to tell the story about how it landed there in that way. Because I remember Resilience Hub being like a really key point to that, and like, and there's probably parts of sustainability or resilience that fit into each one of these. Whereas like core service, we need to have climate justice lens there, and homelessness and housing, like all of those. It's sort of like the way that we were working with equity and sustainability. But I get the explicitness. You're asking for that explicit part of the story.
We did that exercise, and I'm just, apparently, we didn't write it down. Yeah.
And I'm happy to read the list. I just think it's incomplete.
I was just trying to figure out if it would do, if it would just help us to add climate to number 4.
One of the focus areas.
So neighborhood and climate resilience. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Outstanding.
But I think that's great. And I assume as we get into goals, we're going to flesh out again what we mean
That's
by.
right.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's critical. That's I think, the opportunity and what you're getting ready to spend a couple of hours on. This is your chance to get really tight and clear for how you're going to move each of these forward in the next 12 months. You're talking about a specified period of time, not 20 years, not 8 years. What are you going to do in the next 12 months? This is you practicing being a team together. Electeds, staff, can we work in 2 hours and get precise, from enough alignment and agreement on some goal statements? So let me show you how this is going to work. Thank you for that conversation, Maggie. Thank you for bringing that up. Very important, right? So for each of these 6, we're going to take them one at a time. And you're going to work on one at a time inside of your small group so you can really have the dialogue and ultimately get some alignment in your small groups first. So the question that you're going to be asking for each priority is this one. You're going to create a specific 12-month goal statement that represents clear forward progress on that priority. So when you think about setting a goal, think about SMART goals, which we've all heard. Specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound. The time is 12 months, that's already baked. Very precise. The first priority is going to be improve and expand core services. So perhaps a way just to frame your thinking in the conversation you're going to have is very simple. Think about it this way. what are we going to do in the next 12 months? What are we going to do in order to get to, what are we going to do in the next 12 months in order to get to significant progress on this priority? It's a way of framing your conversation. Now, we've got roughly 2 hours, which means we've got about 20 minutes for each. 20 minutes for each. And I'm going to let you know when you're 5 minutes away from running out of time on each particular priority. Number one, everybody clear with what we're going for here? Now, we know, just so we're clear about this, we know that group one is going to come away with a goal statement, group two is going to come up with a goal statement, group three is going to come up with a goal statement. In some cases, when we put all three together, we hold them up side by side, they're going to be similar. Excellent. In other cases, for other priorities, they're going to be very different. We will not have time today to go through the blending process. That'll have to be step 2. But it will allow us to come away with, at most, for each priority, 3 vision statements that you'll have to continue to do the work with the staff's help. You'll have to continue to do the work to how do you take 3 and blend it to 1? Or do you just go with 3 components for each priority? That will be your call. But just due to the time we have on it, we will not be able to get to that full blend today.
Well,
Now,
so let me ask the group a question, because I don't know when we're going to do the follow-up on, I mean, would it be better if we just did this as a group and came up with a goal statement?
I think that's risky. My experience as a facilitator is if I have all of you start chipping away on a goal statement, it'll take 2 hours to get through like 1.
Can
That's my
you,
hunch.
we haven't done this exercise before, so can you, exactly, that I recall. Can you give me an example of what this would look like?
So I won't give you an example. I'll just give you some language that I think will directionally point you in the right direction. So 12 months from now, you're sitting in this room, you're having a conversation about the last 12 months. You pull up this priority. You say, okay, improve and expand core services. How did we move the needle forward in the past 12 months? Specific, measurable, clear way that we actually made progress on something we said was a focus area. That's what you're in search of. Now, the challenge you're going to have is these priorities are varied. They're all different. So what actual real progress looks like in each of these, it's going to be different. So you have to really dig into this one.
So, just to try and internalize, because I think goals are kind of conceptual for me. And trying to, like, one goal could be like, make Asheville better. Like, that's a goal, but that sounds different than what you're asking. You're asking us to drill it in 12
Very
months.
good.
So, like, would an example be, I know how much we all care about housing affordability, so a goal could be increase the supply of affordable housing for our lowest income folks. Would that be a goal?
Yeah, very
The
good. So
target
that-
wouldn't be there, like, I don't think we would know how to set the number. I think staff would have to do that analysis, but would that be the type of goal?
Right. So what was the first example was make Asheville better, right? That's not specific.
Right.
Specific, measurable. Like, did we actually do it or not? So can you quantify, yes, no, we met the goal? For some of these, you will be able to do that. For others of these, you may have to negotiate. For some of them, you may not be able to get it to a quantifiable, in quantifiable language. Actionable. Can we actually do that? Is that, like, we don't want pie in the sky. We live in a world of limited resources in this, we're talking about a 12-month period of time. So it has to be actionable. Now, staff, this is where we're going to need you to lean in hard on this one. They go big concept, you got to keep pulling it back to what would the actions really look like? Realistic. And then the time bound is 12 months, that's already set. So you're working on the specific, measurable, actionable, realistic component of the goal. So this is hard stuff, and it's going to definitely push you. But part of what is already happening, which is good, just the question alone is causing you to get much more precise and specific. We're already headed in the right direction. To say we want to improve and expand core services, that's nice, wonderful, great focus, but what are you going to do? What does actually made progress in 12 months really look like? That's hard stuff. This is where it gets really, really hard, particularly when you tie it to, it's got to be realistic. So this is a forcing agent for us to get more precise.
If I could add also, under these priorities, and we've been very vanilla and generic, reimagining public safety, reparations. We want to make sure, as you said earlier, Mayor, that we are working on the things that you all said you want us to work on. And so we are hoping that from some of this goal setting, and maybe the terminology isn't goals, it is, identify what the hell you want us to work on related to those priorities, those generic priorities. So I was just thinking about, for example, under improve and expand core service, develop a plan to implement the recommendations of the independent review committee related to water. You want us to work on that. They're going to do their plan, but in the next 12 months, tell us how you're going to execute what they recommend. And so I think, and maybe I'm looking at my ACMs to figure out if that's kind of where the space we want to be in, under affordable housing strategies. Focus on the supply side or whatever. I mean, I think that's the kind of thought process we need to go through so that we are making sure that we are, again, spending the time on what you want us to spend our time on.
If I may, before staff shares. So for some of these priorities, you may ultimately, the goal might be focused on the activity. Not a target of improvement, but what you're asking the staff to go and run with is what is the activity that you want the staff to be doing a lot of. So action, activity, for some of the goals, that may be where you really land. And that way you're giving the staff clear direction, and here's the activity we want you to really focus on to drive this one forward. Other goals may be more around the outcome.
But wouldn't the goal of that example be more about addressing infrastructure and amenity replacement with maintenance needs? Like that's really the outcome we would want from whatever stuff comes out of the independent review, right? The independent review committee is an action step, but I want to make sure whatever comes out of that is addressing infrastructure and amenity replacements and improvements. The latter sounds more like the goal direction than the action, because we have 51 project, like we have a lot of the project ideas, but when I read that list, I'm not certain what outcome we're driving to, that then we can tell the community, hey, we're getting to this goal, we're getting to these outcomes.
Yeah, so if I may, so I want to give you a little latitude. Some of these priorities, you'll be able to focus on setting a goal around the outcome. But I also want to make sure you have the latitude to, in some cases, to have some of the goal be the activity.
To shine a light.
Here's what we want you to do. Because remember, for some of these priorities, it's going to take you years. Mm-hmm. And the focus this year might be, hey, listen, if these are the 8 activities that get us significantly closer to the priority being fulfilled, we want to make sure we set that as a goal. That we don't get 12 months from now, we go, okay, what'd you do? We go, we didn't do anything. So in some cases, it might be activity, in other cases, it might be outcome. I want to make sure you have latitude to play with both inside of your discussions.
Do you want us to go ahead and just plow through all six and
I
then
want,
we're,
let's just, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
We're going to do one at a time, by the way.
So just a quick question, kind of building off the comment that the mayor made earlier. I mean, from my perspective, if we get council consensus on 4 really great goals, and you're comfortable with that, I would love to have that to serve as the basis for the projects, programs, and initiatives that we're looking at adding to or tweaking on our organizational work plan. So to me, if we got 4 really clear goals per priority area, I think that's fantastic because that at least gives us a little more specificity so that we're not having to guess, is the work that we're doing tied as directly as council wants us to be doing it to their priorities and intended outcomes? So I mean, I'm just saying that wherever we land, there may be 2 or 3, right? But I'm just saying, I would be really open to that if that is something that the rest of the group is open to.
Very good. Well, and now remember, roles, right? So in your role, would that be useful?
Absolutely.
Well, she's telling you well, how to help her, right? So as a member of the staff, she's saying that would be really awesome and very useful for me for the role I play for my team that we play in this whole process. Ben?
No, I'm in agreement with that, so I concur. Yeah, that sounds good. Yep.
Brad?
This, give us a thermometer on each one of these, you know? Are we hot and cold, or are we hitting a mark?
Let's give it a go. Thank you. Let's see what happens. So they've given you their input, so
Are we gonna make
So,
sure we can circle around so we can see everybody?
number 1, improve and expand core services. In your small groups, your goal is, as a little mini team, is to see if you can form a goal, whether it's a statement or bullet points, for this priority only. Improve and expand core services. In your small groups, go. And let's hear from this group. So what are we going to do?
Kind of got one.
What are we going to actually do
It is a very important one.
to make progress
It'll make the staff really happy.
on this priority? What say you?
Vice Mayor? Who's the you?
What say you?
Okay, to review and assess the infrastructure needs to prioritize and develop a financial plan for investment, and to invest in hiring and retention efforts so Asheville becomes an employer of choice.
Okay, very good.
Can you give me your semicolons? Was that 3 or?
2.
Okay, so.
We'll read them again.
So what was the first one again?
Okay, to review. Okay, okay. To review and assess the infrastructure needs to prioritize and develop a financial plan for the investment.
All right, just let it, just sit in it. Don't chew it up. Just sit in it.
Okay.
Just taste it.
Review.
Don't chew on it.
Review and assist infrastructure needs to prioritize and develop a financial plan for investment.
Outstanding.
So
Thank you.
all the work that's getting done, doing a facilities assessment, a parking infrastructure, all of that work, the outcome is that we've gone through thoughtful assessment of the needs, financial analysis, prioritization, so that there's a financial plan for us to consider funding.
Well done, Group 1. We're off to a good start.
Now, did you
then
want to
there
hear
was
the
a-
number 2?
Oh, you have seven?
Okay, oh, yeah, okay.
Oh,
We thought core services were so
Okay.
important, we built the role.
very nice. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
To invest in hiring and retention efforts so that Asheville is an employer of choice.
Very good. Very specific. Thank you. She's going to come get that in just a moment. Group 2.
You me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and by the way, you can, if you miss any of the words, these sheets are going to come. Kel will run over and you can make sure you match it up. That'll help you?
Develop plan to recruit and retain employees by X% to ensure equitable quality service outcomes, specifically for Public Works and the Asheville Police Department. We said X% because we want to hear recommon from
Very
staff.
good.
Does that represent what we said?
Very, very, very good. Very good. That is Group 2. All right. Group 3. This is the speed group. Let's see what happens.
We might have misunderstood a little. We have 5. But they're concise. And we were done quickly. I don't know. I'll just read them. You can stop me if you want. Number 1, implement findings of the Independent Review Committee to improve water infrastructure and emergency planning. Number 2, do a citywide cleanup focusing on biohazard and large waste sites, returning the community to a clean, safe environment for residents. Fill and/or contract out staffing positions to provide basic functions like cleanliness, public safety, and everyday services. Improve public-facing amenities like parking signage, garage maintenance, lighting, trash receptacles, parks, et cetera. Last one, make advancements in community engagement and information sharing, i.e. improving and growing the Asheville app.
Very good. Now, cross-check of that list that you helped create. Is that actionable and is that realistic? Can we do that in 12 months? Cross-check. Okay.
I mean,
That's
the
what we wanna
manager
do.
was in their group. So we discussed a lot of those other things, but I'm glad you got it down because I don't think it's inconsistent with what we were thinking,
Just
but
more
we weren't
elaborate.
able to wordsmith all these things.
Very good.
We're lucky because we have Deborah.
Or to know, I got caught up on the quantifiable part. So does that mean if you do one sign, then you've completed the goal?
So put that as a question mark because the question she's posing is, what's the quantity for any
yeah.
of these?
What is that's why we gave the percentage, unknown percentage. But, we talked about a little bit of a chicken and egg problem here because, for example, if you're if you're gonna go repair all the streetlights that are out, do we know how many streetlights are out right now? Do we have our baseline? And so we might not, but we might be able to quantify, how many streetlights you repaired this year or whatever.
So,
And what,
please.
this is evolutionary, so if we kind of get the guardrails, right? We can come back, because the fiscal year doesn't end yet. This is going into the fiscal year, so these are going to be iterative conversations that we're going to have with you all, particularly before we get to finalizing budget, because we do want those resources to be in alignment with what our initiatives and priorities are going forward to the next year.
And also that
Justin,
staff has to be a priority because, like, implementing the water review, you said staff has to come first. So the same thing with the Urban Forestry Commission. We said last year, we're going to hire an urban forester. Like, otherwise, something has to come off the list.
And so we have, I thought we hired him.
We have an offer out. I hope I think they've accepted it, actually. So we should be in good shape on that.
all right. And you're doing this on the front end of your budgeting process. So for everyone as a team to work on, what would real progress look like? Whether it's outcomes, activities, actions, what does it look like?
So I feel like our hiring piece, kind of similar to your hiring piece, and then your other, help me with what their list on their, did you hear that? Sage, will you, we're just trying to get alignment around this first one, because, ours was pretty close to what they were saying around hiring. So, I'm prepared, I personally am prepared to run with your list, but I want to make sure that other item you had is, yeah. So what was it?
It's basically like prepared the bond package.
Prepare the bond
Oh,
package?
that's what, okay.
Oh, the
Sometimes,
upcoming 2024
So
is under,
yes, yeah, okay,
the next year, staff is gonna be doing all of these assessment plans.
right, okay.
And there needs to be a very
Yeah.
comprehensive analysis of how much those things cost.
Yeah, but that's what you
and
were,
if there's flexibility for it. So
Yeah,
when we're
we
saying,
can- I
pull
think that'll-
together.
no,
so like
that's,
debt services.
this is where these
Core.
conversations, like, it's a little too amorphous. You mean a bond package, okay.
Okay, I did not get that. I totally didn't get that from what you
what's
said.
happening there. I'm like, they're
But
already
also a
doing this
priority.
study. What do you do? So
Yeah.
now that makes sense.
And I wonder, like, if, depending on where a geo bond package would go, if it might make sense under other priorities.
Oh, I think,
Well, I
I
think-
think a bond package will have to fit under pretty much every priority.
So maybe what you mean is like assessing, evaluating, and something our debt service
No,
and debt
they're
ratio.
saying do the study of the needs.
Oh.
So you can bundle the bond packages.
We-
Like
we
you
just-
might come
Is
up
that already
with,
something you're doing?
we
Yes.
need
Okay.
8 fire stations that need
Right.
X, Y, Z. We have, I think, isn't that what you're talking about? And then you bundle it. You have a public safety bond, right? You have a transportation bond.
You want to try and write out a sentence? I'll add it to this, which I'm emailing to them, so you don't have to take notes. Yeah.
You already have it written out.
Yeah, review and assess our infrastructure needs to prioritize and develop a financial plan for investment.
Financial plan,
Actually, how do I make
AKA
That's the outcome.
bond, duh.
Structure needs, I can't even type right now.
No, I think it was helpful
Infrastructure
that you said
Because
that.
needs
ultimately,
to develop and
the
what?
infrastructure might not just be about bonding.
I mean, I couldn't even spell
Sure.
infrastructure for like the
There you
thousandth
go.
time.
Absolutely, right.
I
Sure.
don't even know how to type that. I wish I was able to capture all that, but I'm like Maggie, slow down.
We can just.
Yeah, we'll get it later.
No, I think that's I think it's good if you just do it, because
Okay,
then we'll
review and
have,
assess our infrastructure needs to develop and,
To prioritize and develop a financial plan for investment.
Okay.
financial plan for investment. Okay, got it.
And can you repeat your list?
Yes. I will get it, yeah, I can't even type that fast.
okay, then
some
we've got to
reason.
put our
To
employment
prioritize,
piece
right?
in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ours were implement findings of the Independent Review Committee to improve water infrastructure and emergency planning. 2, do a citywide cleanup focusing on biohazard and large waste sites, returning the community to a clean, safe environment for residents. 3, fill and/or contract out staffing positions to provide basic functions like.
Hold on, Sage, on your number 2,
Uh-huh.
could we just say the second half of what it used, because the first part's like a specific action, because it might be bigger than that. The second part was return,
The community to a clean, safe environment for residents.
could we just, could that be it?
Oh, take out the citywide cleanup focus on.
Well, like, because that's more of a, like, one thing under this item is.
Sure, if that's how we want to approach it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the goal is actually return the community to a clean, safe environment for residents?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
That's
your
cool.
3?
Got it. Okay, the next one was fill and/or contract out staffing positions to provide basic functions like cleanliness, public safety, and everyday services.
And that's where we can incorporate
Yeah, so can you
guys.
blend these, I mean, basically, Kim, say what ours was.
I wonder, I feel like there's something about this process where like, we're doing wordsmithing, but not seeing them. Can we write them somewhere? If we're gonna bunk them together in community
I'm
now,
gonna
which I think
recommend
is
that you
good.
don't wordsmith it. And the reason for that is because I'm really hopeful you can get through all 6 of these. It's going to need a lot of work.
Well, this one's probably, I mean, to be fair, the
Is
one
the-
that has the most things. We're gonna really go fast after this. You're gonna be impressed.
I wonder, there's something that's
We had to
sticking.
figure out what we were doing, right? And now we can roll.
I want to hear like the heart and the passion in the idea of return the city to a clean and safe environment. And also the number of people who moved here because it's so clean and safe. I wonder if there's a way to say something like ensure. And I know we're getting into the nitty gritty on the words, but the idea of return for a lot of people would say, I heard in the safety meeting Wednesday, things felt a lot safer before all this development. And I don't think we're trying to go back in time. I think we're trying to ensure a clean and safe environment, but,
We're not trying to make America great again.
I mean, I think return does dig us that ditch.
I think words matter. And I do think, because it's always forward. It's always forward. There is no do-overs, but there are do-forwards. I
So
think
is there a
that's-
new way to
useful
meet what your
language.
group is saying without saying the word return?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I think we
just
can discuss it, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
You said don't wordsmith, but just let us.
And now you pulled me into wordsmithing.
My guess is if we were like, listening, if the public were here in this room, they would like return, but I'm happy to,
But that's the
whatever.
leadership part.
Yeah.
Right? That's the leadership part.
Well,
Let's
and I
go
think
forward.
to return to what point?
Right.
And I think that's where you were going, Kim, to where do we start? So
Well, and instead of
ensure,
arguing about, yeah, I mean, I think
improve.
ensure sets the goal.
yeah,
Ensure a clean, safe environment for residents?
yeah,
Boy, it really got dumbed down here, okay,
that's okay, that's okay.
all right.
Their goals.
All right.
Okay, now we're doing the employment piece.
Yes.
And I think to capture what.
That one was fill and/or contract out staffing positions to provide basic functions like cleanliness, public safety, everyday services.
Yeah, I think
So-
we each had one like that.
So
And
on
they
the
mentioned
idea
public
of
safety and
not
cleanliness.
wordsmithing it, I mean, I think the goal is restaffing and retention
Mm-hmm.
and having some metric and recognizing,
employer
I mean,
choice.
our group at least
do.
recognize, based on what staff has already sent us, our biggest vacancies are in police and public works.
And really, we added the specific words and/or contract out
Well, so-
specifically,
And
yeah.
that's, I mean.
That's
if
a retention
the direction
strategy.
to-
Yep.
To Deborah and team is,
Great. Fill it up, make it work.
right.
Get us going.
And if that's, yeah.
Okay, next one was improve public-facing amenities like parking signage, garage maintenance, lighting, trash receptacles, parks, et cetera. We just, potholes. I'll add potholes for you. Okay,
I mean, but yes,
just some examples across the board. There could be lots of these.
Under, where is it? We have a maintenance plan, and my question was, if it's already, like, citywide maintenance plan is number 8, or maintenance review.
Yeah, and that's
that cover-
probably more landscape management than it
That's
is.
city-owned land, not
Yeah.
necessarily all of our infrastructure being
Public-facing, yeah.
maintained. Correct.
And we chose the words public-facing on purpose, because there's always amenities, internally, but public facing, I think was the key word there.
Yeah, I said the like constituent experience or whatever, yes.
Very
I get what
mayoral,
you're saying.
yes.
There's a lot of things that we're working on maintenance-wise that aren't public.
Okay.
facing.
The next one was make advancements in community engagement and information sharing. We had an example of improving and growing the Asheville app, which we don't have to add.
But that's helpful to have an
Okay.
example because,
Yeah.
later, it's like, what were you talking about?
And then we added review and or assess our infrastructure needs to prioritize and develop a financial plan for investments. Or bond plan, as we want to simplify.
So are we going to add, when he was talking about, when Sage was talking about the hiring?
It's in
aspect
there.
of it, But so you added the part about invest in hiring and retention efforts? She did, okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And I think we have, even though we're not saying it, we understand what that means is we're gonna need to look aggressively at salaries. That seems inherent in this conversation.
Yeah, and it's part of the budget presentation. We know, like you said, APD and Public Works are where we got to be laser focused.
Are you done with your
Yeah,
list?
that was it.
Outstanding.
Good
I have
job.
Look at you.
I have a question while we're thinking forward, 10 steps ahead, not just at today's problems, but it's like, if we're talking about public safety, what I heard is we're good on fire, but it's policing where we have the most vacancies. That doesn't include community responders at all. So I just want to hold on to some hope that when we say we're going to address public safety issues, that we're also going to be open to what it looks
Absolutely.
like to look holistically.
And yes, that is absolutely correct, Kim. That's what hopefully, that's what you all are telling us to do.
Okay, you're warmed up now. Now let's get it. We're going to jump to reimagining public safety. Same drill, back in your small groups. Reimagining public safety. Go.
pursue funding for violence interrupter program to reduce violence among youth and intimate partner violence.
We have so much. It's awesome.
I'm writing it down here if that's helpful.
It's pretty cool, right? Like a lot of this is really overlapping.
All right, let's see how you did.
Lost her in that.
Let's see how you did.
Ah,
I love the process. I love the process. Love the dialogue. Love the journey. Okay, let's start with group. Let's start with group
focused
one.
at youth
Let's start with group one. Group one.
and intimate partner violence.
We have 7 this time.
Come on.
I'm sorry. We felt some deserved their own line. We'll be quick. We were more concise. I've got it typed for you. I've got it perfectly typed for you, and you. Okay. Fill and/or contract out staffing positions to reduce vacancy. Next, study and possibly implement community responder programs to better triage quality of life issues, mental health disorders, substance abuse, and similar. 3, violence interrupters. Continue investments, research, and training to curb violence. 4, review. We'd already typed it. Here's one that maybe not on anybody else's. Q, design guidelines. Review UDO for safety and crime prevention through environmental design. Parentheses, design guidelines. Okay, next one. Diversify and target responses to or for unique neighborhood needs around safety. And that came from a conversation of recognizing different neighborhoods are requesting different types of safety. Strengthen and develop our partnerships with youth development organizations. And lastly, improve safety and community building in high-crime neighborhoods. Some overlap there, but we felt they warranted their own lines.
Very, very nice.
Yes.
All right, very, very good. Group 2.
Pilot a community responder program, collaborating with the county to address overlapping crises related to mental health, substance use, and homelessness. And number 2, pursue funding for violence interrupter programming focused at youth and intimate partner violence.
Very good. Very, very nice. What are we going to actually do?
And I think it's really important that it be intentionally intimate partner violence, not domestic violence, but that's just something I'm learning. Sure. I'm understanding that it's really important to name it as intimate partner violence, not domestic violence.
Expansion, right? It's an expansion. Very, very good. Thank you, group 2. All right, group 3.
A lot of overlap. Increase programming and partnerships to interrupt patterns of violence, particularly with youth and young adults. And then the second was reduce crime by pursuing short-term innovative solutions while APD returns to full staffing levels. So what we were trying to get to there, and we spent a lot of time on, so welcome ideas, is it's going to take a while to rehire. It's going to take many years. And so let's get as creative as we can in the short term, because we can't just wait on that. We know we need to do that. So that's where we were trying to go with that one. Reduce crime by pursuing short-term innovative solutions while APD returns to full staffing levels. So one example, our legislative agenda has that legislation to see if we can have non-sworn officers helping with traffic stops. That would be an example of an innovative short-term solution, and I don't know what else they'd come to. Yeah, so I think really challenging folks like, let's get creative. I don't know if you ever had an idea where you're like, this is a little weird, like now's the time to bring it forward so we can see what that might look like is the spirit we're going for with that one.
I like that one.
That was it.
Okay. Look at you. We got real momentum. Very nice. So let's go ahead and grab those or take pictures of them.
We're not just going to get Sage to be our
can.
record keeper.
I added, so, I mean, if you want, but I didn't merge with group number
No, we're
twos,
gonna-
but I
we're-
did add that last
We're
year.
gonna trust Kelly Kendall. She's gonna be a great merger.
I'm sending her these notes,
Send
though.
it to her real
She'll
time.
get, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you an option.
Just
Yes,
something in
ma'am.
my heart to say. I know they presented the last goal as like a stopgap.
Yeah.
But if the solution is working, then why not
Yeah.
make it permanent? Because what I've been hearing a lot of our sworn officers say, we're not trained, neither do we have the time or the manual labor to deal with a lot of the issues that we named. So if we have an alternative, why not employ them to do what they're trained
That's right.
and what they're sworn in to do, and have the community work collaboratively with them?
Very good. So you're leading, this is what self-governing looks like. You are the cavalry. There is no one coming to save your town. There's no one coming to make it better. You're doing that right now, and this is what it looks like. So I'm going to give you an option. We've got 2 down, 4 to go. And now we've got some real momentum. So do you want to plow through the 3rd one before you break, or do you need a break now?
Well, what's our third one?
It depends on which one it is, right? Okay, all right, very good. All right, third one.
And while he's looking, I'm going to kind of release the public safety people that are here. If you all have any questions of staff that you need before they leave, I just want to make sure we're providing a resource for you.
I don't want to disrupt our process. I would have loved an opportunity to hear from the chief about some things, but maybe this isn't the proper. Yeah. I mean, I think there's so much emphasis right now around what are we going to do about public safety vacancies. I didn't know if we were going to have time. I don't want to throw Nicholas's great process off here because it sounds like we're down to 2 hours but I had intended to ask the chief what he thought it would be, what it would take to have a
Yeah,
fully
I
staffed.
have that same question.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think.
He's here.
Whatever.
Why don't we ask
Okay,
him?
let's do it.
All right.
Why don't we ask him?
Well,
Front and center.
say where you need to.
Yeah, no, let's just,
No,
he's
got-
okay, he's okay. He's going to come to the mic here.
Would you like me to begin?
I-
What particular issue?
I mean, I think the question was, in your opinion, as our police chief, what would it take to get our staffing levels back up to adequate to service the community?
Well, I mean, I've been very clear on this, and I've spoken on it a number of times. When you take into account the natural attrition rate that the department has always historically dealt with, which is the loss of between 15 and 20 officers a year anyway, prior to the current crisis. So there's always been an attrition problem that we deal with, and then you have to take into account of how many officers we're actually capable of bringing on at any one particular time. And that number is about 15 per academy class. There's 2 a year, so you're talking about losing between 15 and 20 a year prior to the crisis, and only having the ability to hire 30 per year, so you get a net of plus 10. Well, number one, we never reach the goal of 15 per class, and rarely do all attendees of BLET get through. In December, I believe it was in December of 2020, we graduated a class of 8, and all 8 quit before their FTO even completed. So we're in a constantly competitive environment. We're not competing for officers locally, we are competing for officers nationally. And as has already been said, we're talking about a city that's in North Carolina, where the cost of living is the highest. And we are currently right now, as stated, $20 an hour is the living wage. And for our trainees, we're at about $21, $22 an hour. So obviously compensation is a huge part for not only recruitment, but also for retention. So again, when I'm asked, I say we have a 10-year problem in front of us. in order to maybe even get back to 200, much less to 238, which is where we were when I arrived. 20 years ago, you had 155 police officers in this city. And like I say, right now, we're working with about 141 on the street right now. So we're below where we were 20 years ago. So the recruitment is a national crisis. Finding qualified candidates is extremely difficult. Finding interest in the profession is difficult, and we've got 18,000 agencies in the country competing with us.
Can I be more specific, ask for something more specific?
Sure.
So if the community is saying, council, you're not doing enough to help them recruit, in a perfect world, what would you want council specifically to do to help you to get where you need to be?
I think we need to be the highest paid agency in the state.
Okay.
I
What's
would like
that
to know
number
what
look like?
Yeah, what's that look like?
Boy, you're talking Charlotte numbers, but here's the interesting thing. It's every time, and what I will say, council has been supportive, and the city manager, and I talk about this issue all the time, and we keep making gains. The problem is the competition keeps stepping it up every time. Every time we start to get ahead and get closer, another municipality comes right in behind and is now upping their game as well. So it is a constant, we are constantly sharing notes back and forth on what's being offered. I mean, I just saw in Washington, D.C., where they're offering $20,000 sign-on bonuses because of the problems that they're having. So I think, you know, where we have to be offering the most. And with the situation where we have the highest cost of living, therefore, and especially because I think it's very important for our officers to live in the community that they police in, not in adjacent counties. We need to live in the city of Asheville or very close to it, or at least in Buncombe County. And we're not able to do that. So we need to be the highest paid.
Does Charlotte pay more than Buncombe County pays its sheriffs?
Yes.
So, Chief, do you think that some housing initiatives would help? Do you think that, is there physically possible to go to 3 academies a year? Or is there something we could do to increase lateral hires to avoid that year of training? I guess, because we're here today to budget how we can fix this issue and how we can implement strategies to help you. And I think Councilwoman Mosley's question is great, because we want to help you and we want to support you and we hear the needs from the community, but we're not really clear, at least I'm not really clear on how best I can help you. So I guess we can ask for comparative salaries and stuff from these cities, but I think it's going to be a little more creative, like perhaps these community responder programs, perhaps more like the homeward bound street teams. Maybe it's more of that, but maybe it's more academies. Maybe it's more lateral hires of people already trained. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's all of the above. I mean, again, when you're talking about laterals, you're talking about compensation. You have to be offering for somebody to leave their agency to come to ours. Now, keep in mind, we've lost a lot of our people to other agencies because we are one of the best trained agencies in Western North Carolina. So we see our people get poached quite often. I would like to see legislation proposed statewide to eliminate that. And that agencies who have their personnel being poached, which is something similar that was in New York State, you know, if you came in and grabbed another agency's officer, after 3 or 4 years, there was reimbursement to the municipality for what you lost. So I think...
Or, I mean, in the alternative would, are we able to say, look, we pay for BLET. If you leave us within the first 5 years, you have to repay that tuition. I mean, is there
We are
some-
signing, we did institute contracts. I think Brad would be...
Yeah, we moved in that direction, Mayor, without going into too many details right now, but yes, that's one we've already, right now, it doesn't affect agencies that have stolen them away, but we put in some restrictions that we don't do.
So, yeah, we've done that. I mean, that's a tricky maneuver, too, because how hard do you want to fight for someone who doesn't want to be here? So that's, we are putting some, we're trying to gain more leverage there, but again, it's a little bit tricky. When you talk about laterals, again, you've got to be offering more than the agency next door, but considerably more. to gain laterals. So that's difficult. I think we put a presentation in public safety last year. I think we've only taken in 2 laterals like over the last, 5 to 10 years. But we've certainly lost more.
Is it possible you can give us an idea as to what type of compensation we're looking at to be able to maybe garner more police?
I think we need to look closer probably at what Charlotte is offering.
And what is that?
I think they're up around 70,000 right now. At 3, I think at like senior PO is about 70,000.
That's 3 years of experience? or-
I'd have to look again. I'd have to
I mean,
look
we can
again.
get there.
Yeah, it's easy to obtain. But I think that's where we have to focus as a comparable.
Chief, one more question for me, and I'll be done. So are there things within the industry that have changed, or in the specific community that have changed? Like, sometimes I hear, and I don't know if it's true, but I hear that perhaps officers don't want to clean up trash and biohazard stuff. Sometimes I hear that officers don't want to continue to arrest folks for charges that they know will be dismissed. Is there anything that you see in that realm that we could be doing to, I don't know, creatively come up with solutions to counter some of that, or create a different, I mean, it's part of the reimagining. Could we be doing something differently to relieve that part of the job that makes some officers not want to do it?
I think there's a lot of things. I think there's a number of ordinances that we probably need to go back and look at. So I think there's room there to create a greater deterrent, to alleviate some of what takes place, and also to create some expectations for folks. So I think there's definitely room there. I think we need to, quite frankly, some of our non-for-profits need to be better partners than they've been. And we need to hold, as a city, we need to hold them accountable to a certain level. And I think if those 2 things were done, I think we could see a lot of progress in areas as well.
So this might be the same question, then you might give the same answer, but, you were in attendance this week at a meeting, majority of us went to, where we heard from downtown businesses and employees about things they're experiencing downtown. And I felt like the meeting was sort of couched in the assumption that all of these issues could be resolved with a fully staffed police department. How did you take that? I mean, do you feel like that's the answer? Or even if you had a fully staffed police department, some of the things we were hearing about, we're going to need to address, not just with literally more people in uniform?
Well, clearly we don't have enough. And I think part of when we talk about public safety and people's state of mind, a lot of it's perception. I mean, there are the crime numbers, and we know, that we've seen the rise in violent crime. And, as we've discussed here already, violence interruption. I mean, I began talking about violence interruption the day I got here. So certainly, that's one area that we need to explore further. But, people downtown, when you talk to them, and I talk to quite a few, presence does matter, and visibility matters. It's not, it doesn't cure all, but it certainly makes a difference. And when we're present and we're seen and we're able to react quicker, you're going to see a greater sense of feeling of safety that people have. They like knowing that if they call, the officer's right around the corner, and the officer is highly visible. But those who are with bad intent see us as well. Does it stop all crime? No. But it is definitely, the physical presence of officers is a deterrent. This is why the downtown unit was created in the first place. And it was very, very effective. And you hear people every day talk how nice it was to see those officers in the yellow jerseys up and down the street on bikes. Our tourists who come to the city see this. They see that heavy police presence. It works very well in New York City. They talk about it all the time in Times Square and so forth. When there's a large police presence, it acts as a deterrent. It's not going to solve everything, but it does make a difference, and it certainly changes people's perception.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
36 years.
So what you just stated, that to me seems like a settled debate, that people feel safer at the presence of law enforcement, and people who are looking to operate, and do crime and cause challenges are emboldened when there's a lack of police presence. Is this settled law? Is we still having this debate, or is this, we know this?
I've never saw it as a debate.
Right,
It
so then we
works.
know this.
We know
All
this.
right, did I get this number right? Did you say 18,000 departments across the country?
Yeah.
That's who you're competing against?
Yep.
Okay. So so this is back to what we're talking about, the external force. That is what it is. So if I'm tracking, if I may, if you had a blank check to go and compete, not only in the state, but around the country, how long would it take for you to solve this staffing issue in your mind? Best case scenario, open checkbook.
I would still say we'd be between, maybe not quite 10 years, but probably around 7 or 8.
Very good. And what happens if you don't have the financial ability to do that?
I think we'll continue to tread water.
Okay.
Just one last clarifying question, because if there's going to be some data that comes to us as a result of this, I'd love to hear more than just pay, like benefits or things that are actually swaying people from changing cities, communities, jobs, not just that.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that right now. I mean, our city has a reputation for being unfriendly to law enforcement. A reputation is a difficult thing to change, so we have to work on that and make this a more inviting city for law enforcement. So money, you're right, money won't just do it. But it's a head start, and it's certainly not going to happen without money. So, but we also, we want to make sure that, officers who will come here if they believe we're the best trained, we're the best equipped, and we're the best paid, because they do want to work in that environment. So the leadership of the police department is extremely important, and that we're running a professional operation. People will come here, and they will have fruitful careers here because there is opportunity. So, we have to do our end as police professionals to do the best job that we can as well. And people do want to work for a company that's a good company to work for. And that's my responsibility. And I take it seriously, and I think we are moving in that direction. But it's still going to take time. It's still going to take time. But again, we're fighting the financial package, but we're also fighting our own reputation.
I hate to keep asking questions. It's just such an important topic. I just wonder if you all are doing exit interviews, if we might be able to get like a word cloud or something from some information from these exit interviews that tell us why we're losing so many officers. I'd love to see that in general.
I'd be more than happy to share it.
So you do have a feel. You know why officers are leaving.
Yes?
Very good. I think you absolutely have to hear that.
Okay, and question. Say, for instance, what would it take to expand your training program where you can actually train more than 30 officers a year?
What that would take, and we talked about it recently, and actually what's moving towards possibly a best practice nationwide, is to run our own in-house academy. We are dealing with, we are working with the county right now, but the county can only offer 2. They actually talked to us about expanding to a 3rd academy, but again, just sometimes it's the cumbersomeness of the hiring process makes it impractical, plus you need the trainers and their availability to come in and train for that entire academy. I think, and again, it's moving towards best practice, and I think because of the standards that we want to uphold and the level of expertise that we want to inject, I think doing it in-house, which is what APD used to do, is the proper way for us to go for the future. And that would allow us to be in a constant mode of training and in a constant mode of recruiting, as opposed to, a January class and a July class.
So you're kind of talking about a hiring blitz, really expanding the resources to do hiring, and that you're exploring that now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a neat idea.
Well, and if you do training in-house, you could do it more frequently, quarterly or something.
Why did we
instead of
abandon
bi-
that strategy?
Before my time,
Okay.
And I think there were
But
just,
it would allow you to do it in continuity throughout the year.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I think we could process people faster and more efficiently.
See, now there's an idea I hadn't heard. Thank you. I appreciate your time here.
Or any other? No, I don't. I think that's been really helpful. We've wanted to have a conversation with you. And I think sometimes that it gets a little disjointed in the community. So it's helpful to have this direct conversation with you around that and to hear some of these ideas. And thank you for your support of the bill that's in the legislature right now, which would allow non-sworn civilian employees to be able to write up traffic accidents and things like that to help relieve some of your staffing issues. I don't know if that'll pass this session, but.
Well, we're hopeful that it will. And we have other ideas for that as well.
I think the statistic for that was that it occupies as much as 30% of police calls. That was maybe a national statistic when they
Well,
said
it's
it.
Yeah,
probably a dramatic statistic for purposes of supporting the bill, but we went with it. But our lobbyist over here, Philip Isley, has given us the thumbs up. There's good indications that it will pass this session, so that could help a
And
lot
that
of
is what I've been hearing
departments
as
in
well.
North Carolina. Yeah.
That is what I've been hearing as well.
I hear a lot of actual opportunity. And when I'm in the community, I hear fear and concern and empathy for everybody who's being faced with this, from the police officers to the folks experiencing crime, sometimes the people committing crimes, because we know there's a long road before people make a crime. The point is, I feel like we could open up some conversations to try some things a little differently, or to turn up the volume on some strategies we've tried in the past. I feel a little hopeful. So I look forward to, as the spring unrolls and we kind of hear more detail about these ideas.
And if I could just leave you with one thought, and I recently was asked to be on a panel for the North Carolina Association of Chiefs of Police to talk about recruitment and retention strategies. And while on that panel, there were probably 50, 60 chiefs from across the state in that room. And I brought up the point of why we all got into law enforcement in the first place. And most of us, in many instances, it's a family legacy. Or, there was a cop that you met, maybe it was a school resource officer, maybe it was, someone else in your family, or a family friend that you admired, that you went to and said, hey, is this a good career path for me? Is this something I should get myself involved in? And you were encouraged by that. But right now, when you talk to police officers, and I was talking to the chiefs, how many of you, if some young person comes up to you personally and says, I'm thinking about a career in law enforcement, what are you going to tell them? Because we will always be our best recruiter and the best recruiter for our municipalities. But if our own people aren't out there when they're being asked what their thoughts are, aren't promoting this profession, then all the recruiting firms in the world and all the salary in the world is not going to make a difference. And this profession needs to lick its wounds and get back to encouraging people to get involved in law enforcement. And we're as much a part of that as any recruiting effort possibly is. That it all starts with how we treat our officers here. And when they feel that they're being treated well, they will be your best advertisement for this city. And that's what will bring people here.
Hear, hear.
Thank you,
This is
Chief.
tricky stuff, this is tough stuff, but boy, we gotta get this right. People don't feel safe, it all starts to break down pretty quickly, my view.
Agreed.
Before we just end, I want to make sure to thank you. I know we have lost a lot of officers, and I want to be intentional and loud in my appreciation for you and the officers who have stayed all of this time and stuck it out. I know we have a lot of great officers. I know there's a lot going on nationally around reimagining and what safety is for different people, but I truly appreciate you and the folks that have stayed to keep us safe.
The officers that are here who have stayed through all of this crisis, you could not ask for better. There's plenty of reasons to leave, not just Asheville, just the profession in general. There are plenty of reasons to give up and pack it in. The fact that these people are still here, giving 100%, working the long hours, packing in the overtime, coming in, these detectives sleeping on couches, you know, after shootings, to stay in here and work 16, 24 hours at a time. They care about this city. They care about the people who live here, and they care about one another. And we are extraordinarily lucky to have them. And it's a privilege for me to lead them. And I know with what we've got, the future is bright. There is still a rocky road in front of us. And these officers are young, but they are learning at a very rapid pace, much more aggressive than had we been fully staffed. Where this department's going to be 10 years from now will be the best police department in this country. I am convinced of that because of the quality that we're bringing in here and the heart of the people who've stayed here and continue to work. We're going to be in good shape. It's going to suck for a while, but we're going to be in good shape.
You're going to be here for 10 years?
Probably not, Mayor, probably not. Maybe, I'm just trying to get through the next week.
Okay.
Well,
But-
let
but I-
us,
But I will say
please.
seriously, you know, we haven't always had continuity and leadership in our police department, and so we've enjoyed a long period of that under your leadership, and that stability is also really important, especially, I can't imagine what this would be like without that. So thank you for your leadership.
10 years might be a lot, but I'm not going anywhere soon.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Well, thank you, Chief. And, you know, I want to walk the talk. So go back and tell your officers, as a visitor to your wonderful city, I appreciate what you and they do.
They will
Make
be
sure
most
they hear.
pleased to
you
hear
go
that.
back and tell them that, hey, one visitor said, thank you.
You got it, man.
Appreciate it. Let's take 7-minute bio break, run in the restroom, and then we'll start back work on homelessness.
This will be quick.
We're gonna make it, we're gonna make it, Sage? We're gonna make it? Okay, see if we can make it. Back to work, sleeves rolled up. We're now going to talk about homelessness. You now have momentum. You understand how this conversation works. You're doing great. So back at it. Now, what is the specific activities, outcomes? What are you going to do to drive meaningful progress around homelessness? All right, back into your groups. Go for it.
We lost a Brad. Bless his heart. I hope he's all right.
Okay, give us your example.
I mean, is that, can we just?
Oh, let's, I might,
It sort of gets us started.
yeah, it does. I didn't have as much on this one.
for displacement.
The community benefits table. Label for it.
As a high access.
Okay. Group one,
I like that you're a computer.
Huh?
homelessness.
Okay.
Group one, what say you?
We're one, okay.
They're one.
They're one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we're the one on this? Support implementation of the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations, prioritizing the reconfiguration of the Continuum of Care Board.
Clear?
Does anybody have anything different?
Group two,
I'm just gonna do the second one, because the first one we aren't landing in, or do you want me to just say it even though it's not clear?
Just say it.
Okay, so the first one would, the first one, okay, so one is collaborate to leverage community partners' expertise to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. And then we have this other one that isn't beautifully wordsmithed, but we're trying to get to a place of supporting the COC recommendations.
On your number one, is that one of the recommendations of the National Alliance to End Homelessness? Is it, I'm looking past you at Emily. I mean, is that, I thought,
Yeah.
Outcome is
Okay.
50%, but.
I'm just trying to, yeah.
no, yeah, I'm just like, if we're doing, if we're doing the umbrella of all 8 things and you're saying one of the 8, I'm just trying to make sure I understand that.
What 8 things?
The National Alliance to End Homelessness
Had
recommendations.
8 areas.
Yeah,
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to give us some flavor,
okay,
right? So when we, like at the end of the day,
sorry to interrupt, do your number 2, sorry, I was just trying to.
I hear what you're
clarify that.
saying. Yeah, we don't want to, I understand where you're getting at. The second one is around supporting the COC recommendations, with particular focus on creating space in shelters or something that we can't really name properly, so. We're trying to balance between being too prescriptive, but understanding that shelter space was a major part of the recommendations we
Yes.
saw in the report, so
Yeah.
shining a light on that particular one
Okay.
while understanding there's a bunch of other ones.
group three,
You know us, we have a few. But I'm going to try and, for the sake of the team in this list that they are now copied on, I'll repeat. So support implementation of the study, yep. I added your support COC recommendations, in parentheses I wrote, increase space in shelters as an example.
Yeah.
Okay, we had finalized opening of 2 permanent supportive housing communities. Continue funding.
Wait, say your one again?
Finalize opening of 2 permanent supportive housing
Oh, okay.
communities. Because that will take a lift, it's not quite done. Continue funding supportive services via Home, CDBG, and Home ARP, which is some of us on HCD, we do that, over $1 million a year in supportive services. Improve communication and partnership between existing organizations that are working on this issue, including joint strategies for data collection, specifically thinking about HMIS. And if we weren't clear on that, we added another one that we could give or take, but align funding with requirements for reporting that move us forward together, and that was specific to HMIS. Do more PIC counts and collect more data. Increase supportive services, period. Increase strategies to prevent residents from entering or facing homelessness. We think that many people are on the precipice. And lastly, partner with larger cities that have more resources and programs. I'm happy to elaborate on that if needed.
Yeah, elaborate on that last. The rest of them sound pretty well included in the National
Right.
Alliance's recommendations, but does that mean send our people to other cities?
I don't know, and I think that's how some people will interpret it, but I will tell you that my personal experience is something I've struggled with, and I think I come to this conclusion mostly as a parent. But there isn't a time of day or an incident in the city or when I see someone that is struggling, homeless, unhoused, whatever it is their situation is, on a corner asking for money, there is never a time that I think, wow, we're really helping them by letting this happen. I feel as a parent that it is important, like I would not want my child to be facing that, and for the community that they were in, for that child, my child to be allowed to continue in that existence. I would rather get the phone call. I would rather have my son arrested and me called than get a phone call from the morgue. And I say that because I feel like we are also facing an epidemic of drug capacity we've never faced. We've got drugs on the street that are so deadly that every time I pass someone that I know I can't help, I know I can't house, and I have no resources to give them, I know it's almost Russian roulette with their lives, because they may go home that night and OD. And it happens, I think, every 30 hours in Buncombe County. So when I say partnering with cities or communities that have better programs, I feel it is irresponsible for me personally to know I can't help someone, to know I don't have the resources, and to not find them resources somewhere.
I hear a lot of passion in what you're saying as a parent, but I also, can you help me understand more about what it means for someone to get arrested and then have their parent called? Because I'm also thinking about people who aren't using substances and are asking for money to help pay bills.
Sure, and I don't mean that all people are doing that. I don't mean to imply that. I just mean that I see situations where I know we have arrested folks, they have been dismissed, whatever is happening with the magistrates and the DA and so on. And I know that every 30 hours, someone is ODing in this community. So I'm just trying to draw the line between a feeling not comfortable with not being able to help people and really trying to figure out what our responsibility is there. Because if we can't help them, should we find people that can?
So Sage, I think at the joint meeting between the city and the county, when we really fleshed out what the National Alliance's recommendations are, I think what you're talking about is captured by their recommendation around coordinated entry. And what that means is, it doesn't mean everyone's gonna enter a shelter. It means if you are that child and your parents live in Knoxville, or whatever your situation is, if we have a coordinated entry program, if your solution is to get reconnected to family, then we're gonna be able to figure that out faster, more effectively, working together in that coordinated entry. So that's how I think everything on your list is in those set of recommendations, but it's helpful for you to illustrate the picture of what you're thinking in your mind. But I don't know if you all would disagree or if Emily would disagree, but that's what I kind of understood would be addressed through this coordinated entry. Would you
And I
agree?
also hear that coordinated entry is where we struggle a lot with like trying to get everyone on the same page. I also wonder if our goal is to reduce homelessness by 50%, and I heard a lot of possibility from the National Alliance to End Homelessness, including getting more partners to the table. If we add more priorities that are outside, the reason I struggle with this is I often have been thinking about who are the 50% of people we're planning on leaving outside? Are they the most vulnerable? But I do think that if we add many more priorities on, then we're not going to be able to prioritize the work. And we haven't tried getting on the 8 yet, priorities from the National Alliance to End Homelessness.
Well, that's why I think they are captured, what your list, it's a big
Yeah,
list,
and-
it's not all gonna happen in a year.
Well, and I think, we've done the study and we heard it, and it's one thing to say, okay, we've done the study, now we'll do what they say, but here we are in our planning session saying, at least from the study, this is what we recognize and want to implement. Not just, we're gonna pass it off to them.
Right. Okay, grab them, Kel. Now listen, I want you to dig in. I want you to finish strong. Between now and when we wrap at 4, I want you to dig in. I want you to get every drop from you being here together where you get to get clarity and specificity around what are we actually going to do. Next priority. Go. Reparations, go. What say you?
I don't think we figured that out quite yet,
All right, here we go.
but we can see what other people.
The first one we had is review and respond to the findings of the audit to end further harm to the African American communities in Asheville.
One more time.
I can't hear it, your mic.
One more time.
Can't hear you at all. It's not.
I don't know, there you go.
Okay. Thanks, y'all. Review and respond to the findings of the audit to end further harm to the African American communities in Asheville. And then the second is formulate, this is anticipating that we would see reparations. Sorry, distracted. Everything okay, everybody? Okay, the second one is anticipating if we hear recommendations within 12 months from the Reparations Committee to formulate a plan to effectively respond to the recommendations made by the committee.
Just so I'm clear, that's an action, right? So when they make the recommendations, we go action.
We formulate a plan
We
to
formulate
effectively
an action
respond.
plan. Very good.
Those are our two.
Outstanding. Thank you. Group 2.
Implement short-term goals from the commission, explicitly the Community Reparations Commission. Implement recommendations from the Stop the Harm audit. Increase the funding allocation, modify the funding formula to a percentage of the budget.
I think they were,
So I
you
think
were debating that.
Yeah, it's increasing compounded 2% with 500 as the baseline for this year and compounded hereafter.
So a baseline with an increase?
Yes.
Okay.
Baseline with an increase.
You want to write that?
Compounded increase. Very good.
So would it
Annually
reflect it if you
compounded?
said increase funding for the,
Matching what the county's doing, essentially.
So the county is doing that.
increase the funding by maintaining the baseline?
But by definition, it's compounded.
Okay.
Yeah. The rate of growth is on the total growth from, including previous years, compounded.
Group 3.
Okay, we were a little more vague in that we said, look for more revenue streams. But we had community benefits table or dedicated funding as an example. And I think what I'm hearing across all these is a similar sentiment that I was feeling, and I didn't feel comfortable making any recommendations ahead of the commission's work being done. So we said, define the scope of the audit and help implement it as recommended by RC, Reparations Committee being, commissions being RC. Continue to lean on and look to Reparations Commission for their recommendations and guidance. And then I added your formulate a plan to effectively respond to the commission. So I sense we're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We really want to help. We'll help find some money. We'll do what you're already asking for, and we don't want to step ahead of your process.
That's right.
We didn't
Good.
say compound and baseline.
No.
Well, I think to add some clarity from what I'm hearing, two things. The first recommendation was a percentage of the budget. And so that grows. And also, it was new information to me recently that the county, we established $500,000, and the county's $500,000 had a growth percentage woven in. Ours did not.
Yeah, we didn't know.
So it's really just going back to the listening and acting on the recommendations.
Good. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, 2 more. 4 down, 2 to go. Push yourself. Push yourself. Don't give in. Now let's do it. Let's talk about equitable and affordable housing stability. All right? You're in a good rhythm. Let's stay on it. Go.
Okay. Maggie took our paper.
No, I got it right here. I wanted to like this team. Let's do No, I think you should.
Speed round.
I think I should read it.
Speed round. I know you don't like that word speed.
With these?
Supply. That's the first.
All right, group one, hit it.
Okay, review all affordability tools and programs for effectiveness and update where needed to increase impact. And under that, we had examples of perhaps moving large housing applicants to a benefits table like hotels to expedite quality affordable housing. Another example would be considering increasing the by right number of units from 49 to 99. Next item was prepare for a 2024 housing bond to increase supply of affordable housing. Next one, increase repair programs and rental assistance to keep people in their homes. Lastly, complete missing middle study to implement upzoning where needed.
Good. Action, action, action. Group two.
Sure don't, she says. Okay, I'm our reader. Increase housing supply for our lowest income residents by incentivizing affordable housing and reducing land use and zoning barriers to creating affordable housing. I feel like that marries with the precision of specific ideas that y'all are bringing, and has a lot of words, but. And then promote walkable, mixed use, and mixed income neighborhoods, including those near transit investments, or just near transit. So a little bit of the where.
Outstanding. Group three.
Microphone check, okay. Pause the Luigi program and consider moving forward with a by right process for multifamily housing using a community benefits table. Are we saying an overlay map or no?
And that's what y'all were saying too.
Okay. Number two, continue property tax mitigation program. Okay, so I thought that was one time, and I think we should continue it, but was it ongoing? It needs to be ongoing? Okay.
Nice one.
And then we also said, remember, down payment assistance?
Yeah, revive down payment assistance. Conversation.
Revive it? The conversation. Discuss it. It may not be legal. Revive, discuss.
Revive discussion around down payment
Action.
assistance.
That's specific action.
Is this a good place to also, Kim, you had brought this up earlier, the property tax kind of study disparity? I know you were just talking about what I assumed was the rebate for low-income property. Now I'm talking about the property tax study that Urban 3 has done.
Well, I think we have to go hand in hand, because we can't keep mitigating a property tax that is out of hand.
Okay, so you intended, so both are in that? Okay,
The county.
But we participate.
okay, just want to make sure that was in there, thank you.
Phenomenal. You're getting it done. You have one more. Let's go. We got it. We got it.
And climate resiliency, did we add neighborhood and climate resiliency?
It's on? All right. Last one, 5 down, 1 to go. Neighborhood resilience.
Okay, wait, so.
Implement plastic bags.
That's
Is
not
this
my
our
number
last
one.
This is the last one.
Everybody, before we start this one, Jamie, will you read to us? Oh, no, okay. Jamie found the list that the council distilled down around this from the last retreat. Does that matter? Does everyone just want to work on this one anyway? But okay.
But I have it ready because we might need it.
Okay. Push. You got it. Go.
All right.
neighborhood grants program, but I mean, that's in place.
So you,
We need some more time.
See, this, I think this one is
The
important.
resource mapping was on it from,
Well, resource mapping is also all the neighborhood community centers. So is Stevens Lee, like, when we?
That's how far did you get?
Are we group one?
You're
we are
now
this
group
time.
one.
you can add whatever you want for 3.
All right, here we
Reduce,
go.
reduce food insecurity by blank percent.
Reduce food insecurity by blank percent.
And
That's TBD.
Using Bridget's plan, staff plans, neighborhood plans.
Yeah, so the thought was Bridget already has a 100 item to-do list. So we thought it might be helpful to say, of your 100 items, focus on this one first, or second, or, you know.
So I
Very
think
good.
this is in the Asheville Buncombe Food Policy Council, or plan, food action plan, and the neighborhood plans. Okay.
Very good.
And you said implement the plastic bag ban? And then Esther said, urban forestry master plan?
yeah.
That one needs to come.
And we also said, come up with some plan, a communications plan with neighborhoods when a specific issue affects them most.
Like water?
Well, what I was thinking of, I'm just throwing out something, right now, I feel like we're talking about Hazel Robinson. So I would like to know what folks living in the Montford neighborhood think about it. I don't know if this is some coordination with CAN or what, but it's hard sometimes to know just based on who comes to public comment. I would like to, when I see this is an issue before us, I would like to be able to hear from staff. We've already spoken with X, Y, and Z, and this is the general consensus of that neighborhood before we get out there. And then they go, well, we didn't want that, nobody talked to us about that.
That help you? That's clear guidance? Very good. Group 2.
We had adopt and implement the municipal climate action plan, update emergency operations and continuity of operations plan, implement the plastic reduction plan, strengthen neighborhood coalitions and resource centers, grow solar, whether municipal or community, fund the urban forestry plan, begin looking into long-term solid waste management, update EV charging availability throughout the city. That was a personal one. Utilize facilities assessment to identify location of resilience hubs. Lastly, enact the use of available tree funds and plant in low-income areas that would benefit from shade or lower utility use.
Specific. All right, group 3. Now we got a nice routine going here. Stick the landing.
All right, well, I think some of this bundles it and overlaps.
Good.
Support the emergency operations plan and continuity of operations plan, that was there. And then part of what we looked at is that, you know, we now have environment in the Environment and Safety Committee, and some of the other committees have work plans, but we don't have an environment component to one of those committee work plans. So create the environment component of the Environment and Safety Committee work plan by reviewing the Municipal Climate Action Plan, the Community 100% Renewable Energy Policies, food security, community waste reduction goals to prioritize resources and efforts. So step back and really look at all these policies we've been putting on the books for the last 10 years in a comprehensive way as kind of a committee, and then look to prioritize. It gets to some of what you've been saying earlier today, Mayor, of like, there's things that have been in the queue for a long time, and are those still in the bullseye? And start to weigh, because there's only so much that we can do.
Okay. So congratulations. Thank you for allowing me to push you on this part of our conversation. You did it. We got every drop we possibly could out of this time. So one piece of unfinished business. Let's end where we began. And then I'm going to turn it over to you to take us home. So this morning I asked you to assess yourselves' current state on you. Here are your results. This will guide you on where you need to invest as a team. This is critical. Everything you just created as goals, targets to push this community forward in your 6 priorities. Continuing to work on this will help in a very, very big way. These are your numbers. It was a 1 to 10 scale. Let me blow this up for you. Straight talk communication, being direct with each other, was your highest, 6.64 out of 10. Those were your 3 lowest. Cautionary tale. If you don't continue to practice this, just to shift your mindset, keep practicing it. What we notice when teams see this type of data, if they do nothing, it doesn't stay the same. It slides. See that? If you don't do anything, it continues to slide, doesn't stay stagnant. I want to just give you this little cautionary tale. This will not work. You owe it to yourselves. You're the one here doing the work. You owe it to this community to keep working on this side of it. All right. So we got every drop out of it. Thank you for letting me push you. Bring us home.
Okay, well, I hope everybody had as much fun at this retreat as I did. No, I think, I think it would be an interesting exercise to fill out that chart we just looked at in terms of our teamwork before and at the conclusion. So, I mean, today what I heard was a lot of consensus around a lot of issues, slightly different views on issues, but it was heartening to hear a great deal of consensus around that. And I think, I'm not surprised that one of our challenges is being connected to one another, given that we're kind of a COVID council and now a post-COVID council. So that is going to be our homework assignment. So, and I do think that this opportunity has helped us in our journey as a well-oiled machine, a team working together and connecting us with staff. So I'm excited about where we are here today, and I just want to thank all of you for how thoughtful and considerate you are, and you just seem to give each other a lot of room and space to be who you are, and I think that's a great thing for us, and Asheville should benefit from it.
Absolutely. You all were spectacular. What an awesome day and a half conversation. Team in the back, thank you. Thanks for hanging in there. Team on the side, thank you. I'm going to ring the signal bowl one last time. My final comment is, you are part of history. You're part of something that I'm pretty sure has never been done before. You're part of history. Don't forget that. You can do this. You got this. But do it together. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging in there with me. We'll see you next time. Be good.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Can I look at your list one more time?
Awesome.
Yeah, Maggie
Okay.
has